Okay, so hi, how are you? How is life? Good. Okay. So, a very good afternoon to all of you. After lunch and all, probably it's a sleeping time, but still you are assaulting yourself, and it shows your seriousness. How serious you are for your next attempt. When the entire world is sleeping or when the entire world is roaming around down, I can see the coffee shops. You are sitting here so seriously. And again, I tell that mobs don't become IAS. IAS is one or two people who became the IAS. So, very congratulations, you are sitting here. It shows your seriousness. Great. So, myself, Nikhil Sanjay Rekha Adsule. So, we are going to discuss GS3. So, you are shocked to see me as I am shocked to see you because I only got to know yesterday I am going to do this. So, let's make it a pleasurable experience for both of us. Yeah. So, we are going to deal with GS3. The thing about GS3 is that it's very scary, isn't it? Economics, basically in front of my name they have showed economics. So economics is a very scary thing for both of us. For you because you don't have anything to do with economics in your life and you feel that I am an engineer, I have done this and that and what does hell I have to do with economics? And for me, making you that help subject in a very interesting manner because ultimately whether you will become IAS or not will be decided by this economics. So let's try to do this. Students, if you see this GS3 paper, I will not go into gaga all those things because you already done that and there are a lot of videos and let's make it very terse for both of us. So you've seen the video, you've seen the paper wherein you have seen that the questions which they have asked, around 4 to 5 questions have come on economics. One. And when you see the questions, we are going to dissect the questions again. There the government is, or let's say UPSC is not asking you a very precise things too. And third, what we can see here is they are pinpointing certain elements. Now you will feel that, sir, the budget is so big, sir, the economic survey is so big, what should we study? Isn't it? And entirely when we say economics, it's again so big. But I will tell you, whenever you're attempting, let's say for example, you're attempting for 2025, you already have added burden. Now the budget has come, one, new economic survey has come, two, and before you're going to go for your prelims, again a new budget is going to come, again a new survey is going to come. So congratulations, you have to study 2 budgets and congratulations, you have to study 4 surveys. Okay, technically 2 parts they come, na? Survey part 1, survey part 2, survey part 1, survey part 2. So to keep that in mind. But I will tell you, always remember that, don't get bogged by that. See again, I always tell, more the paper is tough, it's good for you because the students who are very serious, they will attempt. If the paper comes very easy, it's easy for all. Those who are non-serious, they can also attempt it. So remember that. And if you see the paper this time of GS3, technically it's little bit simpler side. Even if you don't know anything, you can at least write something. So it's not a good news for us. But now students, when the paper comes like this, when the paper is a little bit easier, so what you can attempt? So if you want to get more marks than others, we need to understand how to attempt this paper. First, it's a general paper. So everybody is going to write something. And when everybody is going to write something, you need to understand the demand of this exam. See, the problem is that everybody is going to write the answer. But seat is only one. They want only one IAS. So what is going to work in this paper is what? The difference. How different you are going to write the answers. And the difference will be coming here because of statistics and data. 2. If your answers in this exam are consisting of more about statistics and data, you can make a difference. Now you will ask me, sir, how to bring statistics and data? Nothing. Just go through budget, just go through survey and make your answers updated. And when we are going to solve this, I will tell you how to make it updated. Clear? Okay, chalo. So we will go for the first question and I would also like you to write down also, okay? Or else it will become like Baba Ramdev. I am doing some yoga, you are watching me, isn't it? And you are not doing anything. It will not like that, you know? So rather than going here, so this is GS paper 3. Let's see the first question. Examine the pattern and trend of public expenditure on social services in India in the post-reforms period. To what extent this has been in consonance with achieving the objective of inclusive growth? See, it's a 10-marker question. So technically a 10 marker question consists of 150 words, and when I say 150 words, it will be around 1.5 pages, not 2 pages, remember that. 1.5 pages, 150 words, and again this question consists of 2 parts. So first part is what? Examine the pattern and trend of public expenditure on social services in post-reform periods in India. So even the first part of the question consists of so many subparts. So if we try to break down, or let's try to see the keywords. So they're asking about what? Public expenditure. 1. You know what is public expenditure? It's government expenditure. So there is a private expenditure or government expenditure. 2. On social services. So something related to social services. You need to know what is social services. 2. And third, they're asking about post-reforms period in India. So post-reforms is nothing but your LPG crisis or balance of payment crisis in 1991. So India before that, India after that. So India before that was entirely different. India after that is entirely different. So if you read recently released book of Ruchir Sharma, okay, so what failed capitalism? In that he says that how 1991 budget was important for India. In fact, he says that half of the economists in India today are because of 1991 budget, because they were children or in colleges when they saw our economy boy Manmohan Singh delivering the budget. They got so impressed, they changed their careers and became economists. So it had a lot of impact on the lives, because one fine day India was trapped, and one fine day people says that India is liberated. So that 1991 is going to make a huge impact, and they are asking that. Because LPG, when we say, or post reforms when we say, it's more about what? A private sector, it's more about liberalization, it's more about globalization. And they are critically asking you, after L, after P and after G, still the government is spending more on public sector? Still the government is spending more on social sector? Question mark. First question. Then they are asking with what? Yeah, we understand that first part of the question is saying that you are focusing on growth. But whether this growth is inclusive or not. In my economic classes, we always talk, those who have attended, I always say that there is a beautiful quote by Edward Abbey. We open our answers with that. Growth for the sake of growth is an ideology of a cancer cell. Growth for the sake of growth is an ideology of a cancer cell. Okay, if you want to grow, you can just keep on growing. So you can keep eating food and you will grow. But ultimately you know that it's not healthy. So just focusing on growth is good or not, and if it's not good, how this growth has been able to achieve inclusive growth. So what they are asking is what? Inclusive growth. You must be knowing the concept of what? Inclusive growth, isn't it? So again, let's go back to the basics. You know this. So all teachers have been telling you introduction, body and conclusion. So one second. So intro, body, conclusion. And we just saw this question consists of 2 parts. So the body should consist of 2 parts. The first part should address the first part of the question. The second part should address the second part of the question. 2. And while addressing every question, you need to see whether you have addressed every keyword or not. So in our first question, if we go, or first part we go, what are the keywords, students? Tell me. Public expenditure, and post reforms period. Okay, and in the second part they are asking about what? Inclusive growth. So that means what? You should know what is inclusive growth. Then they are asking whether it has been able to generate inclusive growth or not. You have to justify your answer, and justifying the answer doesn't mean that you have to just keep on writing. You have to justify with facts. So maybe some government schemes which you know, or and if they are telling post reform, so understand that post reforms with what? It also includes 2024. Everybody is going to write Manarega, everybody is going to write everything, but they will check how updated you are. Till yesterday, if there is any other scheme, are you mentioning that? Getting this? So for example, let's go ahead. Yeah. Now, so you can start with what? What do you mean by post reform periods? Reforms are nothing but what? LPG reforms initiated via the budget 1991. isn't it? And it was nothing but what? L, P and G. Only one liner. It's a 10 marker. Understand this. You are not need not to just explain and explain. If it's a 15 marker, you need to explain what is L, what is P and what is G. So you can assume that they also know. They also understand that you have restrictions of writing so much within short space and also short time. Okay, then. Now when they're asking about social sector or public expenditure is what? Government expenditure on social services. What are social services? Which include health, which include education, which include other allied social services, or we can say that social infrastructure. Clear? One. Now, the 1991 budget or the post-reforms period, it focused on what? Growth. Growth is nothing but what? GDP. But along with GDP, it also focused upon what? Social services. And what are the focus areas? First, so in 1991-1992, the expenditure on education was what? Around 3.3% of GDP. So first I am taking what? Education. And technically now, 2021 survey, economic survey, the expenditure on education is now around 4.6% of GDP. See, I know that it's little bit increased, but understand, you want to enter the government services, you can't criticize the government 24/7. It's a little thing, but also you need to write a line that, yes, this is short of Kothari Commission targets. You know what is Kothari Commission report? 1986 Kothari Commission report, which said that India needs to spend around 6% of GDP on education. Target was 6%. We were spending around 3.3%. Now it has been increased to what? 4.6%. So you could have written speculatively, yes, we have increased, yes, we have done that. But again, students, this will make difference. See, what you are writing is fine. But the problem is what? There is only one seat. I want a candidate who is better than all. And a candidate who is better than all is nothing but what? Who will be very terse with facts. Okay? And then you can quote some schemes of government. What are the schemes of government on education, students? Tell me. Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan is there. SSA 2001. Then there is what? Right to education 2009. Isn't it? Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, right to education. Now they are focusing on Atal Tinkering Labs, innovation. So they are focusing more on R&D at school level, at intermediate level. And now also you can just conclude the answer that there has been ambition to spend more because it has been mentioned in new education policy 2020. So this again, these are the facts which I presented. But again, the moral of the story is that at that particular time, at that instant, whatever you could recall, you should write it. So, but I will tell you that this is very important. And now how you will master these all things? Sit properly, read properly budget, read properly survey. Because survey and budget will have this terse data. And you need to have the notes of budget and survey. Or in the market, there are a lot of institutes. In fact, our Insights also does the same thing. It brings out the sheet for all the data. Little bit mugging up we have to do, but it's going to pay you a lot when the questions are of very general nature. Clear? So you addressed what? Education, first part. Then go for what? Health. Are you getting it? Health. So health, it was intended what? So in 1991, 1992, we spent around 1.2% of GDP on health. Okay, and now in around 2023-2024 survey, we are spending around what? 2.6% of GDP. So there is a nominal increase, but again you have to mention that this is below the WHO target of minimum spending of 5% of GDP. Clear? We are registering growth, but the problem is that we have increased also. They're asking na pattern and trend. So what is the pattern? Yes, it's increasing, but very nominally. But again, this increase is less than what WHO has asked from India. That is 5% of GDP. Are you getting it? I am just playing with the figures and facts. You can say, yes, it's increasing, it's growing incrementally, but nobody will believe you. Nobody will believe speculative things. Have you seen any bureaucrat who is talking or who? They will always quote facts, because facts is what? Checkmate, out. You can't say anything, na? You put forth fact. So in the answers also, your answer should be very factually correct. And what you can do? Take a budget, sit silently. So health you know, education you know, let us say now digital spending is there. Government is focusing on a lot, underline digital spending. Have that data. That is called work. That is called notes making. This has to be done in a very silent, peaceful manner. And that are your notes. Notes are nothing but, notes are not copying the material again or taking Lakshmikant and copying notes from Lakshmikant. No. Notes are this work. Constructive yet critical work, where they will bring a difference in your answer writing. Clear? Health, education we got. Then what are the schemes, students? Here, can you tell about health? Tell me. Very good. Ayushman Bharat. Ayushman Bharat scheme is there. Then anything more? Janani Sishu Suraksha Karyakram is there. Then Mission Indradhanush is there. Vaccination wala. Yeah, you can write 2-3 schemes. Are you getting this? So you are telling what was there in 1991. Whenever there was reforms, post reforms, the target which we need to achieve, that means we still have to work, and then what government is doing also. So are you seeing you are balancing everything? You are not taking any decision, or you are not criticizing the government also. It's called constructive critical framework. That is why they are hiring you. No? When you go to PM and say that, sir, we are doing good, but WHO has told 5%, we are not doing well. Please give more money. You are getting this. We have to achieve this. So we got what? Education. Second, we got health. And third, as it's a 10-marker question, we don't have too much scope. We can write a general, a total social service sector. We can say that allied spending. Allied means all. So it will bring your Manarega also. Okay. Insurances also are there. Clear? So what you will say? Other social service sector. Manarega is there. Then there is what? Insurance cover is there. Yeah. Anything else? What you can write? Affordable housing is there. You have a PM Awas Yojana. Yes. 3-4 scheme you will write. Are you getting this? And you can say that currently the spending on this is around 6.9% of GDP, a growth from around 5%, which was around 1990s. Alright, this data I have taken from budget this year. Clear? Updated data. So even if you buy the data of this year, it will work for 1 or 2 years more. Okay. Social service sector is there. Yeah. So we focused on health, education and social service sector. And what we did differently here is what? We quoted facts. Facts will bring difference. Clear? Henceforth, whenever you align your preparations now, you will have data with you. Clear? Yes? Okay. So if we go back, where is that? Okay. So examine the pattern and trend of public expenditure on social services in post-reforms period in India. Have you addressed this? Yes. So pattern and trend is showing what? Yes, it's increasing. Though it's incremental, but still it's what? Increasing. Clear? Yes. Yeah, we understand that it has not achieved the target, but it's still increasing. Now let's try to see to what extent this has been in consonance with achieving the objective of inclusive growth. Let's go back. Now, Second part of the question I told you, inclusive growth. So in one line, students, you need to tell them what is inclusive growth. Yeah, what is inclusive growth? Anybody? The growth which takes into consideration all the sections of society, irrespective of their gender, caste, class, creed, etc. This is everybody is going to write. But what NCERT will tell us, inclusive growth is nothing but, I taught in the class, an approach which is known as GEMS. GEMS, GEM, which you eat also or which you wear also. GEMS. Growth, equity and egalitarianism. M is what? Modernization. And S is what? Sustainable development. This is what? Inclusive growth. Growth, yes. One, growth should be there na for inclusivity. If you don't have anything, you can't do anything. Second, equity and egalitarianism. That means what? Distributing the growth among different sections of the society, irrespective of whatever, na, gender, religion, caste, class, ethnicity, region, language, no biases. Third, modernization. Yes, you should take into consideration technology, because technology is going to improve your productivity. Either it could be land or either it could be labor. And third is what? Sustainable development. You can't go away from sustainable development when entire world is going for what? S, D and G's. Are you getting this? And then when you make them understand, you have to write down. So how India is taking a giant strides. So India is growing at 7.2% of GDP. This is nothing but what? RBI report 2024. Update. That's why I asked you to read newspapers. Clear? RBI report says that India is touted to grow, or India is going to grow at 7.2% of GDP. But yes, India's growth is not for the sake of growth. It's taking into consideration the inclusivity, or it's what? An inclusive growth, which is evident via what? First, bring the schemes. We are including, na? Example, JAM, Jandhan, Aadhaar, Mobile, Trinity. Clear? Second, what are the new schemes introduced by government for inclusivity? Government initiatives. National Strategy for Financial Inclusion. Third, National Strategy for Financial Education. Fourth, tell anything? The new schemes by government. You don't know what government did? Yeah? Digital is there, na? Then more, tell me. Skill Development Mission. And now recent budget says what? Digital public infrastructure in what? Agriculture. And you can conclude your answer as recently our Honorable Finance Minister announced in the budget 2024, wherein India will focus on forecast. See a forecast. What is that forecast? Yuva. Second, Mahila. Third, Annadata. They say Annadata. Okay. Annadata. And fourth, no, not aged persons. Mahila, Yuva, Annadata. One more. I don't understand. Fourth is what? Even Kangana Ranaut said that, yeah, in one of the interview. Yes, laborers. So India is focusing on these four people. Come on here, Kangana Ranaut can tell, and you are applying for UPSC and you can't tell. Yeah, have you watched that interview of Kangana Ranaut, London talk? But she is factually wrong. She says only 3 caste. Budget says 4 caste. Okay, but we can give that benefit of doubt to Kangana Ranaut. Come on, she is a national award winner, isn't it? If you want to laugh, laugh properly, na? Okay, open. Nobody is going. I am being recorded in the lecture. You are not recorded. Got it? Clear? So thus we can say that. See again, you want to be in services. Yes. Yes, it is seen that the growth of India is not able to achieve the intended targets, but the government is firm determined to achieve those targets in an inclusive, equitable and sustainable manner. Clear? As seen in the policy of what? Government. That is how you will conclude in a very positive way. I say that conclusion is something like to finish in a very 6 finish. Clear? They should feel that this person should be coming in the government. The government is not doing anything. The government needs to be replaced right now. You are here for problem solvers. You are not here to abuse. You understand the demand of the question. Clear? So does this question require anything? No. Just what it was required to solve this is facts. That's it. And facts you have to work upon. This is the demand of the question. Demand of the exam. You can't say, sir, there are facts. No, we can't do this. It is a requirement. Are you getting this? Yes? Chalo. Got this? Any doubts in this? Ask openly. I don't know your names. Don't worry. Got everybody? Ma'am? Sir? Great. All fine? Okay. So it's a 10 marker. So this question you have to fit in what? If you're writing in point wise, 8 points should come under introduction and conclusion. And if you're writing in paragraphs, one paragraph should consist of 4 points, other paragraph should consist of 4 points. Fit it. Finish it. 1.5 pages. And if I will always say that if you want to increase your marks, you can just, I told you, inclusive growth of India. You can just draw a flow chart like this. You just draw this and put the schemes. That Ayush scheme is there. New Education Policy 2020 is there. So you have what? Smart City program. Smart City is inclusive of what? Specially abled persons also, na? Smart City program is there. Then we have what? Hriday program is there. Then we have what? Amrut is there. Then somebody said what? Somebody said something, na? What? Atal Pension Yojana. Very good. Very good. PM Awas Yojana. BharatNet. Whatever like you add. But just keep that we are not writing only one answer. Okay, we will write all schemes, Yojanas. Time over. Paper are taken. Okay, we have to maintain that. And this 10 marker you should have written in 7.2 minutes. Then you can successfully finish your paper. Clear? So brainstorming, writing, all these qualitative additions in 7.2 minutes. Then and then only it will work. Else it will not work. And if you aren't able to complete a paper, 99.99% you are not going to get a call. So first focus on paper completion also. One. Second is this practice which you do, qualitative writing in that amount of time. Two. Clear? If you save the time here, let's say you solved here this question in 7 minutes. You save 20 seconds. 20 seconds you can put in some other question where you don't know anything. You can think little bit more about it. Okay, the questions, this was a very easy question. Clear? Okay, level of the question I just told. Now, second, are you able to see the question? What are the causes of persistent high food inflation in India? Persistent high food inflation in India? Question mark. Comment on the effectiveness. Comment on the effectiveness of the monetary policy of RBI to control this type of inflation. This question directly taken from the Hindu article. Directly. In our class also I should talk about this question also. An IAS officer wrote the article saying that you are all foolish. How RBI will control tomatoes? Will Shaktikanta Das go and sit and say tomato le lo when there is a tomato inflation? You're getting this? Directly taken from the Hindu. So if we analyze the paper, they have taken from newspapers. The source of the question is newspapers. So if you are not reading newspapers, high time, start reading it again. Directly taken from that IAS officer's question. The Hindu, I will tell that it came in March last year, when there was a high inflation of tomatoes, and tomatoes prices went around 206 rupees per kg. Tomatoes, you don't know, around 10-20 rupees per kg, they went around 206 per kg. And people were abusing RBI. RBI, you're not doing anything, you're not doing anything. Now you tell what RBI will do. Tomato and RBI, have you ever, isn't it? RBI can't, Shaktikanta Das can't, tomato take it, subsidized tomato. So this basically he says that food inflation, we need to see what type of inflation it is. whether it's from demand side, whether it's from supply side. Okay, if it's a supply side constraint, the government has to work on that. RBI can't do anything. Clear? So let's go this. So causes of persistence high food inflation in India. Comment on the effectiveness of the monetary policy of RBI to control this type of inflation. Again, two parts of the question. What are the causes of persistent high food inflation in India? So they are telling you there has been a persistent high food inflation in India. So you should start your question with what? Yes, food inflation in India, which is measured via consumer food price index, has been persistence around 7 to 10% category since last year. Are you getting this? Food inflation is measured via what? National Statistics Organization Consumer Food Price Index in India. Okay. The reasons for food inflation are as follows. First, now tell me, what are the reasons for food inflation in India? They are asking. Very good. First is what? Monsoon. So it's what? Our agriculture is what? Basically rain fed, and irregularity in monsoons compounds it. Second, tell me. Huh? Very good. Lack of storage facilities. And in fact, let's say if you're a little bit more updated, I will say that every year we lose around 2% of GDP due to lack of storage facilities. Again, this figure is taken from economic survey last to last year. See, the things are endless. What you can recall during that period, that time matters. Clear? Second. Third, changing cropping patterns can lead to inflation? No, we will just hold on it. We'll go later there. Yeah. What exports? Agriculture exports means, matlab, can you justify the point? Tell. So India lacks a proper import-export policy regarding export of what? Food products. So lack of a coordinated import-export policy regarding food products. Then, and again, as you told about imports and export, global supply shocks. Global supply shocks. Example, Ukraine crisis. Ukraine, you know that it's the wheat granary of the world. So, just I will go. Shall I go ahead? Write down example. Write down just Ukraine crisis, okay? Don't write Russian aggression. Indian government never says that it's a Russian aggression. Have you heard any time Russia is aggression? No. Ukraine crisis. This is the official word which we have been using. Our spokesperson use. Global supply shock chains. So these are, see, it's a 10 marker. You can't write a research paper of 10. So 4 points you are justified. Now, so these are some of the reasons for what? Persistent high food inflation, which you have seen pattern in India. Now let's go to the second part of the question. RBI and monetary policy. So if you just glimpse the question again, what they are asking about RBI. Comment on the effectiveness of monetary policy of RBI to control this type of inflation. So RBI, as per section 45ZB, has what? Monetary policy committee, which gives what? Monetary policy. And the monetary policy or the monetary policy tools of RBI are quantitative and qualitative. In the quantitative section, we have liquidity adjustment facility, which is nothing but repo, which have standing depositing facility. Then we have what? Reverse repo. Then we have what? Open market operations. Then we have marginal standing MSS scheme. Are you getting this? Etc. Clear? Then, can any of the tools of RBI address these global supply shocks? What RBI can do in Ukraine? Shaktikanta Das didn't say, don't fire. Then, rainfall, RBI can't do anything. So, for example, if the rainfall is less and the food grain production is less, it's a task of government for what? Importing, na? So that demand and supply are matched. Second, lack of storage facilities, RBI can't do anything. It's a government policy wala thing. Government has to increase na public expenditure on that. Then, lack of coordinated import-export policy. Who will form that? Ministry of Commerce. Are you getting this? So what you will say? So the tools available with RBI are basically related to what? Monetary supply control only, which can't address the above mentioned domains. Above mentioned domains, you are writing on per page, na? Which can't address above mentioned domains. And it is a task of what? Government via public policy to plug the supply constraints. You justified it? And how we'll conclude? Thus, it shows that the persistent food inflation has to be controlled in a coordinated manner with government and RBI acting as what? Two wheels of the chariot. Finish. You will not criticize government is not doing this, what RBI will do. No. RBI also has to control inflation. But what we'll say? So government plus RBI can work in coordinated manner to arrest this food inflation. Very simply we finished it. Did you get it what we did? Yeah. So first what we did, ki baba, why the food inflation is there? We told these are 4 points. So rain is not there, rain-fed agriculture is there is no storage facility, XYZ. Then second, they asked about RBI. So we told that baba, RBI formulates monetary policy as per 45ZB. It has a monetary policy committee. And what are the tools of RBI? You know, LAF, repo, reverse repo, marginal standing facility is there, and bank rate is there, XYZ things are there. But these tools can't be used to address the above mentioned constraints. The above mentioned constraints are to be addressed by whom? Government policies or public policies. Clear? And later we concluded the answer saying that if you want to arrest this persistent food inflation in future, RBI and government has to walk hand in hand in a coordinated manner so that a balance is sought. Clear? That's it. No criticizing anybody, but finding a mean balance and also giving a blueprint for the future. Clear? And if you want to draw some flow chart, you can just draw RBI. Qualitative, quantitative, qualitative, quantitative. What are qualitative tools, students? Tell. Moral suasion is there. Loan to value ratio is there. Then credit rationing is there. Yeah, add that. Here, same. LF, we have repo, we have reverse repo, we have MSS, we have bank rate, etc. etc. Add it. Repo and reverse repo are nothing but LF only in that corridor. Liquidity adjustment facility. LAF repo, we say LAF reverse repo. Clear? How to use that space in between. Clear? This is nothing but the second question. First question regarding public policy, second question regarding monetary policy, RBI. So we took away the blame of RBI. So they asked this question directly from the Hindu article, wherein everybody was blaming RBI. So an IAS officer, ex-IAS officer wrote an article saying that it's wrong to blame RBI because RBI doesn't have that expertise and doesn't have that mandate and doesn't have that powers to control this. It has to be controlled by whom? Government. If the tomatoes are falling short, the government should import them. Clear? If the tomatoes are getting perished, the government should build more cold storage facilities. So it's a domain wala thing. But yes, RBI should also be on its toes. Okay, it should guide the government also. That's it. And then the comments or critical comments on RBI stopped. So this was regarding that tomatoes, I told you. Persistent food inflation. Clear? Got everybody? Final? Yes. You are feeling this was very difficult or something? So the problem what happens with us is what? So now you will feel easy because you are in cool AC, isn't it? Benches are good, sponge is there. Okay. You are in your comfort zone, but there some first time it comes and all those things happens. So if you want to get away from this discomfort, revise your material multiple times. See, any question in UPSC is not going to be majorly repeated again in economics. But yes, if you are strong with the basics, you can address any question. And be very terse with economic survey and budgets. They are our tools. They act as the source of questions for our prelims also, mains also. Open any paper. They will be. So for example, if a term is mentioned in your budget, you have to read it, irrespective of whether it's available in any of the books or not. If the term is coming in your newspaper, you have to see it, whether it's mentioned in the book or not. Don't unnecessarily blindly read the book. Are you getting this? Because a lot of books in the market are just cramming all the facts which are not required. So for example, I will not take the names. Some books, very famous books, big books are there. Some books big are there, colorful are there, but that color is of no use because they are not adding color to our life. Clear? Unnecessary, na? Just to be competitive in the market. Read newspapers diligently, you will not face any question in solving the papers. And be terse with basics. Here you just had to know what is food inflation. It's measured via CPI. If you're reading newspapers, you know that how food inflation is happening. Second, if you know RBI, Monetary Policy Committee, and quantitative and qualitative controls, you can solve this question. That's it. Nothing extra is required. Clear? Yes. Yeah, absolutely. You can talk about it. Yes, you can talk about it also. Everything is welcome. Again, the thing is that you have to fit in what? 7.2 minutes, 10 marker. Yes. Anything is welcome. For example, if you have a better conclusion, you can bring it. That's why I'm not telling any model answer or something. Your answers are better than model. Are you getting this? Clear? That's why I always tell that don't refer to toppers' copies. Because the copies which you are referring, they may be in the very early stage of the topper, where they are themselves improving. One. Second, when you are referring, you know that the topper is all in the rank 1 or 2 or 3, but you don't know how much marks that topper has got in that paper. Maybe the topper has got less marks in that only, and you are referring that model. Got it? So develop yourself. So if UPSC would have been regarding any classes or institutions, they would have given, you address 5 districts, you address 10 districts. Why they are selecting you? They want your personality. If you read the notification of UPSC, they are telling originality of thought, just like he brought. PDS sir, can I conclude? Welcome. You got something else? Welcome. If you got some new reports, let's say some reports by some civil society organizations, welcome. Quote it, no? But it should be factual. Okay. Some people do what? They take name of Aruna Roy and quote something else. Okay. Don't put anything just for the sake of naming. Some people will take name of Rahul Gandhi says this and quote Amit Shah's data. Don't do like that. They catch it. Okay. Be honest. They show that this person is dishonest in the paper only. Imagine if the person sits there, what that person will do. So please, next year. Where is this? Okay. Oh, this question was gift, because last year also question came on land reforms. So technical what students do, this year question came on land reforms, next year it will not be repeated. So we'll not read land reforms. But they gave a shock this year. Again land reforms. Clear? So just let's read the question. What were the factors responsible for the successful implementation of land reforms in some parts of the country? Beautiful question. Appreciate the question. So beautiful. They are not telling in India, some parts of the country. And you must know what are those some parts. Clear? Technically, land reforms in India has been a failure. Let's accept it very bluntly. But in 2 states, they have been absolutely gorgeous. First, Kerala. Second, West Bengal. West Bengal is Operation Barga, BARGA. And in Kerala, there is Kerala Land Reforms Act 1963, amendment in 1969, again applied in 1970 under Achyut Menon government. Clear? Are Indians fooled Vinoba Bhave also? Re? In the name of land, they gave him all unutilized land. Nothing is growing from that, even not the grass of Congress. Okay, that's why land reforms have been very important. They are a failure technically from the perspective of state. So I will tell you one simple mistake what people did. Yesterday I was checking some answer copies of students who attempted this. So that student wrote about land reforms, but she wrote about Vinoba Bhave and all. Successful implementation of land reforms in some parts of the country. So they are asking about the steps taken by government. They are not talking about civil society, what they did. Civil society helped, but civil society didn't implement. They helped the government to implement. So if you are writing in that manner, then it's fine. You can't say Vinoba Bhave did land reforms. No. Understand the demand of the question. So what sometimes happens is that, now students, in the pressure, you don't read the question properly. And second thing what happens is that you are so eager, you are so under pressure, you want to write what you know. You don't write what question is asking. You just, no, first, and you are also under pressure that whatever I have read, it should come in the paper. Everything. No, yeah, but it's not required. I am asking you about ABCD and you are telling me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Are ABCD, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Are bro, A, B and C. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Understand the demand of the question. So what were the factors responsible for the successful implementation of land reforms in some parts of the country? And they're asking elaborate. The directive question is what? Explain. Okay, so let's approach land reforms. Now, first student, the keyword is what? Land reforms. Okay, so now tell me students, what do you know about land reforms? What do you mean by land reforms? Land is a state subject. Entry number 18, state list, 7th schedule, land. So ultimately whether they will be successful or not will be dependent upon what? How the state government behaves. 1. Okay, union government can make model laws. 2. And land has been associated in context of India in terms of power. Land is power. Clear? If you read Kuvempu's novels, land. Purnachandra Tejasvi, land. You can't give away the land. So land has been a source of power, and land reforms were initiated because people or the government wanted to go for distribution of power, decentralize the power, not just with certain sections of the society, but with everybody. So what are the land reforms? First is what? Tell me, what is land reforms? So imposition of what? Land ceiling acts. Isn't it? Second, what we can say land reforms? It's what? Tenancy reforms. Tenancy. So what was in tenancy reforms? Don't tell me. First, fixing of rent of tenants. Second is what? Fixing of period, isn't it? You can't evict a tenant just because you want to evict. No. 3 years, the tenant will be on the land for 3 years. Because earlier it was what? Get out. So land is taken. But the person's livelihood entirely depends upon land. Na? So fixing of the rent, fixing of the period, and then what? Yeah. Tenant as owner. Land belongs to the tiller. Na? So this comes under what? Land reform. So land ceiling act, how much a person can own the land? Ceilings. So only 15 acres, only 5 acres, only 10 acres. Like that. So you had imposed a ceiling. Second is what? Tenancy reforms. So those who are doing tenant, those who are tenants on the land, in that fixing the price, because they had to share a lot of money or revenue with the owners. Second, fixing of the time period, fixed time period. You can't evict a tenant. And third is what? Making lands in the name of tenants. So for example, Kerala Land Reforms Act, 10 cents of land was named in the name of tenant. Okay. Then next, what is more in land reforms? Abolition of zamindari. Or we can say that it's what? Jagirdari. Zamindari and Jagirdari abolished. So now who is the person who is collecting the rent? Government. No middle person. And last one, what they did in land reforms was what? Land consolidation. Yeah, what you are telling? Yes, the digitalization is now. We're talking about land reforms that time. Now we initiated 1951. In polity, you must have learned the cases: Kameshwar Singh versus State of Bihar, Shankari Prasad versus Union of India, and the beautiful First Amendment Act, land. Okay, there is a beautiful book by Tripur Daman Singh called 16 Stormy Days. Because land, I told you, power. And if you are touching the power of a person, people will rebel. And who will rebel? All the rich people. Clear? So these are the land reforms first. So they were tried to be initiated by union government, but technically they were a failure because people tried to ways to circumvent them. And as they say in the question, some parts of India, you can say that majorly land reforms were not successful in India except West Bengal and Kerala. Isn't it? Some parts they asked, some. See, they are not telling India, some parts. And West Bengal went for what? Operation Barga, B-A-R-G-A. And Kerala went for what? Kerala Land Reforms Act 1963. You can, if you are updated, you can write down amended in 1969 also. Clear? So these are some parts of India. Some, underline it. If you bring this to, you will get 2 marks more than others. This is the beauty of this. 2 marks more, because if you understand some, they understood that, you know the question, some parts. Clear? Now they are asking what were the reasons. Now tell us the reasons. So I will just, rather than writing, I will write down the reasons. You tell me reasons. First, the political will of the state, because if you see in West Bengal and Kerala, it was communist government that time. So communist government, you know, na, more about socialistic policies, more about pro-centric, pro-poor, pro-people policies. So it's what? Of the state. Will. Let's write down a little bit refined, isn't it? Political ideology sometimes. Will of the state. Okay, then. Okay, you can write down what? Civil society movements. Civil society movements are there. Here you can bring your Vinoba Bhave, Telangana rebellion of the farmers. Can you recall? 1940s. Civil society or civil society movements which pressurized. Then use of constitutional instruments like government, judiciary, isn't it? So I told you Kameshwar Singh versus State of Bihar. It's a constitutional thing, na? Or Shankari Prasad versus Union of India. See, your things are going to be challenged. You have to stand up to the challenge. And who stood up to the challenge? Judiciary stood up to the challenge. Why they were impact? This. Then again, strong bureaucracy and its willingness. Unless Babu say it should be done, it will not be done. Strong bureaucracy is there. Okay, and we can again write down cooperative movements, and this was evident in what? Operation Barga. So all the cooperatives which were at the bottom, they also were together with the peasants. or the burgerdars. Burgerdars means nothing but what? Sharecroppers. You know what is sharecroppers? So let's say, for example, I am your sharecropper. I am producing something on your land. I have to share my produce with you. But the problem was that you are taking everything from me. Nothing is with me. So we have to put a limit on that. Sharecropping. And I tell this to what? My cooperatives, my people. So they come with me. So we form a cooperative, fighting against you in a very cooperative manner. That's why I wrote what? Cooperative movements also helped it. So these are some of the reasons which you can bring. And that led to success. This you can say that. This led to success of land reforms, which became what? A blueprint to be followed by India. Clear? Yes, conclude very simply. And if you want, you can just go for finished. Game over. Move ahead. Clear? Nobody will think about this, you do it. Clear? And you can just, if you know little bit more, Anna, see, again we are reading so much. 1 year we are studying. So show here somewhere. So for example, let's say Telangana Peasants Movement. Isn't it? They also put a pressure, na? Kisan Sabhas were there. You can just put little bit, thoda thoda. Clear? Like that. So you can write down. Clear? See, this will give you 1 mark more than others. Everybody is going to write, but a magic happens here. You take me, sir, 7.2 minutes. This person is writing only answer. I am writing diagram also. Irrespective of I am very bad in drawing. Still I am drawing. Appreciate, sir. Appreciate, ma'am. 1 mark more. Because I am not Marxwadi, I am Markwadi. Give me mark. Isn't it? Markwadi. You show your Markwadiness. This is called ideology. Okay. Mark. Give me mark. Mark. Anything for mark. You ask me to jump, I will jump, sir. 2 marks more. See, paper is the way of communication. I am talking with you now. You will talk with your work with that paper shaker. And paper shaker should feel fresh. Wow, yaar. Zabardast. Enjoyed. He must have fought with his wife. Wife must have fought with the husband. Again, they know that we are checking the papers forcibly. UPSC is going to give money after 3 years. Still we are going to check. These IAS officers which we are going to select, they start earning from next year itself. But we will not get. See all the pressure they are sitting. And in that pressure, you should give your writing, your presentation, they should not irritate them. They should make their life easier. Make their life easier. People will like you. You have to make them like, and you should talk with them in this. Diagrams and all. They will. So for example, again there is a, we can say, a limit of words. So speak like this, na? Limit. So you can't write anything about, let's say, Telangana Peasants Movement, which happened in 1940s. Write it here. Getting this. So this will speak. They know that you know better, and you are so brilliant that in 10 marker you just put forth everything. And picture speaks a lot than words. So this is action. And it shows that you want marks. You are so intent to get inside. It's not just you are writing for the sake of writing. The intent is shown in your content. So this is the content. Clear? Yeah? Okay. Got this? Any problem in land reforms? Okay. Land reforms is a hot topic, student. Okay. Economics, it came 2 times. Land reforms could be repeated in GS1 also. Post-independence India. Land reforms can be there in GS2 also. Cases I told you, Kameshwar Singh versus State of Bihar, Shankari Prasad versus Union of India, land, first Constitutional Amendment Act. Okay, land is a very contentious and debatable issue. So it will come. Clear? Hi sir, hi sir. I am fine sir. You sir? Fine sir. Sir, I am a new aspirant currently studying in class 12 macroeconomy book and my question is about important research. No, Shashank Saket, you will die with depression. Don't read 12th macroeconomy book. If possible, do come and meet. I will mark some sections. No need to recite the formulas from macroeconomy. It's a very bad idea of starting your economics with NCERT's 12th standard. NCERT has not written your macroeconomic book. Are you getting this? For UPSC aspirants? It's for the people who want to pursue their career in economics. Don't read macroeconomy book, bro. Okay. Shashank Saket. Clear? Don't read. Read selective portions of that. If you want, you can just text me and you can come just, I will mark you the sections if you are very intent to read that macroeconomic textbook. But Baki 11th standard is good. Na, Indian economy and all, it's very good. It's a good read. But at macroeconomy wal textbook, na, the fundamentals, it's dangerous. Clear? Read only selective portions, not everything. Only theories are ours. That formulas, that diagrams, they are not for us. Okay? Yeah. Any? Yes. Okay. 1 second. Okay. So before we will just go for first this one 7th and then we'll go for 6th and then we'll pause. Clear with land reforms? Ha. How it will improve? Absolutely. Welcome. Yes. Because land is power. Na? Land is power. Definitely it will help in socio-economic conditions. Absolutely. You can write that. Yes. Yeah, but sons of soil is not sons of soil. Sons of soil is little bit parochial thing. So Maharashtra for Marathis only. That is sons of soil theory. Okay, so that doesn't mean with land. Sons of soil is more about chauvinistic that all UPs and Biharis will not come, which is very wrong. Because not that some political parties in Mumbai, they did that. But Mumbai is made because of what? UPs and Biharis only. Remember that. Okay, I am a Maharashtrian, I know that Marathis are very lazy. Okay, but at 2 o'clock when you get down at airport, the person who is driving you is a UP and a Bihari to your home, not a Maharashtrian. Remember that. So we need to appreciate that. They are contributing to their labor net. They are not coming to beg you. So when Maharashtra or Marathi, some political party says that Maharashtra for Marathis, it's wrong. Okay, in post-independence India also I teach you that Bal Thackeray was there, na? So his first target was South Indians. He said lungi uthao, pungi bajao. Got it? That is sons of soil theory. Clear? And he attacked what? Idli and dosa. And Maharashtra brings for vada pav. Our vada pav, your idli and dosa. But ultimately who wins? Idli and dosa is still there. Double intensity. Vada pav is also famous. Okay. Both became famous. But this was what? Politics. This is nothing but sons of soil theory. Clear? In fact, in Maharashtra, there is a very famous vada pav. It's made by a South Indian only. Got it? Not by Marathi man. Clear? So sons of soil is more about what we say, parochial thing. This will not be land. Clear? Yes. Because again, it's again violating our India's right to move throughout the country. Fundamental right, Article 19. National integration also good. Okay. As per sons of soil theory, I should be kicked out now from here. Clear? But I am also proud Kannadiga now, isn't it? Okay. Chalo. 7th. Let's go. What is the need for expanding the regional air connectivity in India? In this context, discuss the government's UDAN scheme and its achievement. Again, the source of question is what? Editorial. UDAN 5.1 and 5.2 schemes have been launched. Directly they ask the question from that. So UDAN is nothing but UDAN. Ude Desh Ka Aam Nagarik. Okay, UDAN. So this part comes from your infrastructure part in economics and basically your airports. Okay, airports. So there are ports, airports, roads, rails, isn't it? It comes from what? Airports. Let's try to go and see. Need for expanding regional connectivity in India. And they're asking in context of what? UDAN. Now, so regional connectivity they are asking. But before that, as I told you, it's more about what? Airports, or we can say that air sector. Okay. So what our economic survey gives the data is that, why it's important, if we spend ₹1 on air sector, it contributes rupees 3.01 to GDP. If we spend ₹1 on the air sector, it contributes around 3.01 to GDP, 1. Then if we generate one job, okay, this is one job in this sector, it leads to generate around 6 jobs in forward and backward linkages. For इथे दिली तरी चालेल, इथे दिली तरी चालेल. Clear? If I spend ₹1 on the air sector, how much it will contribute to GDP? 3. So it's called money multiplier effect, isn't it? Why we have to invest in what? Economic infrastructure. And then one job in the sector, if it's created here, you are going to generate around 6 jobs in the overall economy. Because airports are not just airports. In airports, you require some people who are into what? Cleaning, maintenance, cab services are there now. Because airports are always located outside. Maintenance on the ground, refilling of the ground. Then again, petroleum sector is there. So it generates around 6 jobs. Are you getting this? So now you can understand, it's not just regional connectivity, but it's also what? Money multiplier effect. It's going to increase what? Velocity of the money. Clear? Now, so what they have asked first is what? The importance of regional connectivity scheme. So what is the importance of regional connectivity? So it's what? Connecting Tier 2, thanks bro, and Tier 3 cities, isn't it? Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. Just imagine, students, if today I want to go to Mysore. Mysore has an airport, but it's not an international airport. I have to get down first at Bangalore, and Bangalore is so far away, na, Kempegowda. Then come to main Bangalore, isn't it? Then again book my bus from here, isn't it? Satellite. Then I go from here to Mysore. Now just imagine if there is a direct flight to Mysore from London. Won't passengers more get down here? Or there are frequent flights to Mysore. Now there are not frequent flights. So UDAN or regional connectivity scheme is this. Connecting Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. Clear? 1. Again, it leads to what? Economic integration. Isn't it? Yeah. So if I feel that I want to buy a sari for my mother, I am in Mumbai. Immediately I can take a flight, get down at Mysore, purchase a sari, immediately come back. Same home. Happy birthday, mummy. Mysore sari. Okay. Mysore sari plus Mysore pak, original. But you need what? Connectivity, na? Just imagine, first flight to Bangalore, then again come to bus stop, then bus stop will again, bus is not available, then I will wait for the bus, again bus, traffic of Bangalore is world famous, isn't it? 2 hours only, here only, then after 3.5 hours, highway is good, na? That new highway, then I will get down at Mysore, purchase sari, again the same thing, again going back. Till then my mummy's happy birthday is gone. I can't surprise her. Attack flight, what? Mysore got down, take it, mummy. Like that. And again, why it's important? I am flying from Mumbai, bringing the money and contributing to the GDP of what? Mysuru. Are you getting this? Clear? Adding to their income. So it also helps in what? Money multiplier effect. More money generated. The GDP of Mysore is more, and again what will happen? The GDP of GSDP of Karnataka will also increase, and ultimately GDP of India will increase. I am spending. Then rise in what? Velocity of money. And again, as they are talking about regional connectivity, it will lead to what? Regional growth and regional development. isn't it? Yeah. So did we address the first part of the question? Need for expanding. Clear? Need for expanding. You got need for expanding? 3-4 point generated. Now, in this context, discuss the government's UDAN scheme and its achievements. So you should know what is UDAN. Okay, and you should know factually sound. You can't bluff here. Clear? There is no chance of bluffing. Either you know, either you don't know. Clear? So what you will write about UDAN? So UDAN is nothing but what? उड़े देश का आम नागरिक. Full form, UDAN scheme. It's basically what? Regional connectivity scheme, isn't it? And it caters to what? Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. First, you should know what is UDAN. You should tell them in the answer because it's a 15 marker. Okay, you can't just start writing about UDAN. So it was what? Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. And again, understand how this question came. Have you seen the prelims paper? They are asked about greenfield investment, and in that they have mentioned about Holongai Airport. Holongai Airport is nothing but an airport constructed under UDAN in Arunachal Pradesh. Arunachal Pradesh earlier didn't have an airport. It only had an airstrip where only defense people used to go. But now they have constructed a greenfield airport. Okay, so you will write down UDAN is nothing but it's also greenfield and also brownfield project. Greenfield means what? Build new airports. Brownfield means what? Yes, restart them. Restart the strips. Clear? And what it is doing? Along with that, it's trying to subsidize the air travel. So they're capping the fare at what? Rupees 2,500 per hour, or if the travel is between what? Within 500 kilometers, isn't it? So they're capping that. And this, how many there are seats? 50% of the seats. So example, if the aeroplane is flying, let's say from Bombay to Mysore. Mysore is a Tier 2 city. So let's say that air flight has 100 seats. So 50 seats would be categorized under UDAN. If I book a seat under UDAN category, I will get what? Ticket for what? 2,500 rupees. Because Mumbai to Mysore is less than 500 kilometers. Or the flight is less than 1 hour. Clear? This. And if you are taking a helicopter, it's what? Rupees 5,000, double 5,000 per hour and within 500 kilometers. Clear? UDAN also has helicopter because in a lot of books they have not mentioned about choppers. Choppers is also there. In fact, have you seen that the news when our honorable Prime Minister got down on that water room near the Statue of Liberty? Directly the flight landed in water. That is nothing but under UDAN. 3 water drones we have built under UDAN scheme only. Clear? So these are what? UDAN category. And also the government says that if there is any loss of the revenue to the flights, they will contribute via what? Viability Gap Fund, VGF. Everybody knows what is VGF. Any shortfall is there, government will give them. And the fund from which they will give, it is known as Viability Gap Funding. If Indigo says that, yeah, I was expecting a profit of 500 CR, now I just got 450 CR, 50 CR is less. Government says that, bro, don't cry, take 50 CR. And that 50 CR comes from what? VGF, Viability Gap Funding. UDAN. Clear? Now, second part of the question is what? What are the achievements? So what are the achievements? First. So it started from first phase. Now UDAN is in what? There is UDAN 5.2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fifth version. Just like we have versions for Android, updates. This is now 5.2 version which is going on. UDAN. Why 5.2 version is going? Because it's successful. And again, we have built around 450. Okay. New airports. Small airports, 450 airstrips we have done under UDAN. 450. It will keep on growing. Again, more than 3. Water domes. Clear? Water domes. Water domes, did you understand? Directly land on water. Isn't it? We have 3 now under UDAN scheme. Clear? And it has also contributed for what? Regional, economic development. That's it. 4 to 5 points. Done. Clear? So UDAN they asked in 2 parts. So just sorry, I will come back. Discuss the government's UDAN scheme and its achievements. UDAN scheme, achievements. Clear? It has what? Help to boost tourism, travel sector, connect the unconnected cities and towns, and it has added to what? GDP. It has provided what? Employment. We saw, na, if you build invest 1 rupee, how much you get? 3.01. If you create 1 job, 6 jobs are created. Clear? So thus, the UDAN scheme is an initiative of the government to build the economic sector, which has manifested in what? Socio-economic and political development. Broad. Clear? So though it's an economic investment, but it has also helped in what? Societal development also. Clear? Yeah. Any probable conclusions if you want to say? Anybody? Yeah. What do you say? No. Great. You can do it. So it's linking UDAN with MSME. Good. Why we should only link with tourism? Isn't it good? Then? Yes. If there is more growth, if more connectivity, infrastructure, yes. People will feel that it's an attractive destination. Yes. Then? Great. Regional disparities can be done away. Inclusive growth. Very good. Whatever you have seen in the syllabus, all through it. Inclusive growth, sustainable development, whatever you like. See, we have spent nights and nights to remember these words. Never ever, if we wouldn't have come to UPSC, we wouldn't have given a damn about sustainable development. Okay, what is sustainable development? I don't know. One of my friends who is working in IT, so she has been working from 4 years. So it's around 2018 I am talking. I told her, Arey, you know in which states you are staying? Andhra. Well, you are staying in Hyderabad, na? Do you know which state it is? Andhra. 4 years she is staying in Hyderabad and she doesn't know she is a part of Telangana. So we would have been like that. And whatever we have earned, use all those keywords here. Sustainable development, equity, equality, modernization, economic infrastructure, socio-economic development, FDI, FPI, right? That is our, what we say, ground where we can use it. Done? Yes. Any doubts still here? UDAN you got? See, the paper tells us that the schemes need to also be looked properly. And now you will tell, sir, 1000 schemes are, because Modi ji is lover of schemes, isn't it? Because when we were preparing for UPSC, when Modi ji used to come on TV, no Modi ji, no new scheme, please. Because Modi ji were very famous, na? Because newly he had come from government. If you stand, Jan Dhan Yojana. Again, so he used to say that, but the problem is that it becomes current affairs for us, na? Hai Jam, Jan Dhan Aadhar mobile, yaar. So, Swachh Bharat mission. And again, they used to update it, na, again and again. So first it was dry toilets, then it became water toilets, and again, Hriday. So Hriday, yaar. Heritage, regeneration, augmentation, Yojana, Hriday. Are you getting this? So we used to get all fear. So now you will also feel fear, but at least you know the schemes. Hriday is there, Amrut is related to cities, and so on. So how to go for schemes is, again, if the scheme is mentioned in budget a lot, master it. If the scheme is mentioned in economic survey, do it. That's why I always tell that in economic survey, at least once read page to page as a novel. As a novel. So Hriday comes, underline Hriday. Smart city comes, underline smart city. And just go and read smart cities, Hriday, from official government document, which is nothing but what? India Year Book. Official. Okay, you will not go for any Manorama or something. They are good books, but the problem is that we are applying for civil services of India. So whatever comes from government, that is our source. So refer to the government sources more. Clear? So whatever schemes are, so this scheme was mentioned a lot in economic survey also. That's why they asked it. Clear? So it shows what schemes the government is more focusing on. The question came from 5.2 because they updated that scheme. So it becomes important to know what is this scheme originally is all about. Are you getting this? Yeah. This is what? Udan. So current affairs also has to be read in a very sensible and smart manner. Clear? Smart is what? What is government reflecting on? So now if the government says in the budget, Annadata, that means farmers, focus on farming sector, agriculture. N number of questions could come on the farming sector. If the government gives Bharat Ratna to MS Swaminathan, immediately read what are the recommendations of Swaminathan committee report. Doubling the income of the farmers, or what formula Swaminathan recommends. Are you getting this? So that is how you become smart. The studies are smart. Clear? Because everything is under the sky. You can't do everything. You can't keep on reading every scheme. Even if you read, you can't recollect each and every point. They will ask anything. That anything is motivated by what? What they are focusing on, the government policies. Clear? So once you go to, let's say for example, you go to the budget of, let's say website of MSME. Something goes, na? So what is important? That only they will flash, na? See what they are flashing websites. Are they talking about RODTEP scheme? Are they talking about any other scheme? Are they talking about what Startup India? That means what the government is focusing on that. Whenever you are going for coffee or tea or something, you are sitting, just go to any ministry. So for example, Ministry of Agriculture. Go and see which schemes they are focusing on. Are they focusing on digitalization of what? Agriculture? Are they focusing on drone didis? New they have started, na? Lakpati didi. All these na, new fancy things. Are they focusing on that? Are they projecting it? That means you need to know them. If the website of government is telling, see this. Okay, Modi ji you will see only, but along with Modi ji, what you are seeing, that is also important. Clear? And all Man Ki Baat and all, whenever Modi ji does Man Ki Baat, he will refer to a lot of schemes, a lot of topics, contents, pick up that contents. I too, in fact, when I was preparing, I had a collection of his speeches of Man Ki Baat, because the examples which he used to give, local for vocal. So he also mentioned that time about Channa Patna toys also. So that becomes important. GI tag and all those things. So this is called smart study. What Prime Minister is focusing on. Prime Minister will not speak unless and until it's important. Okay. Yes. Chalo. Last wala. Discuss the merits and demerits of 4 labor codes in context of labor market reforms in India. What has been the progress so far in this regard? Okay. Just think about this. Now I want your assistance here. We have done 3-4 questions. Now you know how to tackle the questions. Just think about it. Take 2 minutes and think. Labor reforms, labor codes. There are 4 labor codes which we know. Okay. And what is their status? And you will know about the status if you are reading newspapers. It will be reflected. Think. Merits and demerits. Labor is a very contentious issue, okay? And today's times is also labor market reforms. So discuss the merits and demerits of 4 labor codes. That means you need to know at least what are those 4 codes. Okay, one code is on what? Social security. One code is on what? Occupational health and safety and working conditions. One code is on what? Wages. And one code is on what? industrial relations. So disputes which happen, that. So technically they are going to replace around 400 acts into 4 codes, because labor laws are too much widespread. So government reduced it, they made it to 44. Now 44 they want to make it to what? 4. Are you getting this? You see now, they have put a committee under law reforms. Law reforms committee was there which recommended deletion of lot of acts which are unnecessary now. That colonial hangover was there. So you can start with this. The labor reforms in the form of labor code is nothing but the government is trying to merge 44 acts into 4 holistic codes. What are those 4 holistic codes? First, code on social security. Second is what? Code on industrial relations. Code on wages. And last is code on occupational health and safety standards. That big wala thing is there, na? Welfare wala. Okay, working conditions and all, it all consists in this code. So these are the 4 codes. So around there were 400 acts. The government diluted, removed this, that. They brought to 44. And now 44 they want to bring in what? 4. Clear? 4 codes. So this would be what? You will show in the question that I know what you are talking about. What are labor codes first? So these are the labor codes. Now let's talk about their merits and demerits and their current scenario. This is the question. Clear? Shall I go ahead? Yeah, first. Okay, writing, right. Have you taken this? Have you taken this Hindu? Thanks. Anybody wants coffee or something? I am really asking, not joking. Want? You have anything? 1 second, you take in this. This is called fraternity. 1 second. Yeah, please. Anybody wants? I am asking seriously again. You have something? What? Bottle, take it. You really want? Just, okay, take it. I am asking seriously. I know that you have been sitting here. No. Want, na? Come. Bro, we have a glass, bro. आपल्याकडे ग्लास आहे का रे? पोरांना कॉफी पास. I have cup. Are very good. See, we have 3 cups. I can offer 3 cups. 1, 2, 3. Done. In Marathi we say Hajir to Wajir. Okay. So black coffee, it will remove your sleep. After this break only, I am only going. 1 second, I will just keep it here, bro. Last question we'll discuss and we'll go. Or you want to go, you can go. Give it to her. Yes. Yes. Enjoy. We finished it. Okay, thought about labor codes. Now let's go and discuss the merits. Now tell me, what are the merits, students? First, rationalization of labor codes or labor laws. Do you agree? 44 to 4. Okay. Second, simplifying the labor laws. Okay. Then if you read these codes, so we saw a code on social security. So providing social security to informal sector. Providing social security to what? Informal sector. Okay. Then fourth, yeah, tell. Employment generation, yes. So employment generation in informal as well as formal sector, because even though it's in informal sector, you will have to apply what? These codes. Even it's a formal sector, you have to apply these codes. So ultimately you are trying to bring informal sector and formal sector on the same line, isn't it? Gratuity fund, pension, and all these things that can be applicable for them also. Clear? So these are the merits. And again, this we saw from the laborer side. And again, we can write 2-3 things. What? So flexibility for whom? For the whom? Recruiters, or we can say that private sector also, isn't it? This code will help them to select only those people which are essential and required. Okay, if you're not performing well, they can say that thank you, you can go home, isn't it? It's also good for them also. If it's more about a formal and all those things, then it's very difficult for a person to remove from the job. That is what we call as governmentality. Have you gone to SBI bank sometime? Any? So you go and talk to them, they will not give you damn. Sir, sir, sir will not see only. And suppose, let's say for example, you received 10,000 5 days ago. You will get message after what? 5 days. 10,000. When did I got 10,000? Then it was 5 days ago. It was deposited. Now you get the message. And if you just enter ICICI, HDFC Bank, sir, they come. Sir, what you want, sir? Take this policy, that policy. So when you go to public sector bank, it's more about governmentality. They are complaint, go. Nobody can do anything. I'm doing this since 20 years. This is 21st year. So that is what governmentality. But now it is given what? Flexibility here to this course. So these are some of the merits. Now if we go to the demerits, demerits are what? The same thing. Right to what? Hire and fire for private sector. Right to hire and fire, isn't it? Recently you must have seen Reliance India Limited laid off 50,000 employees. What about them now? Clear? 50,000 employees have been laid off. Their livelihoods are gone. Okay. What? Exploitation of? Yes. So this is what? It's nothing but exploitation only. Na? So you can what? Second, you can write exploitation of laborers in the name of liberal labor laws. Isn't it? Liberal labor laws. Third, you know that any social security scheme, for example, new pension scheme was there. You also have to contribute, na? Even EPF and all. Here social security is there. But do you know whether a laborer can be able to contribute or not? We don't know. So for example, a cart puller or a rickshaw driver, can he or she contribute to the social security scheme? They are not talked about. So what we say? We can say that haziness in addressing the issue of payability to the social security schemes by laborers. Okay. Whether they can contribute or not, we don't know, because government will contribute from their side, we will contribute from our side. That comes as pension later, after that expiry of that. But whether they can contribute or not, we have not seen, and it is not mentioned in labor laws also. Clear? And a very important argument which we go ahead, that see, these labor laws are centralized and every state is diversified. We are a federal state, so you are trying to impose the union idea or centralist idea on what? Federal nature of the state. Okay, rather than taking the permission or rather than taking states on the board. So imposition of union on federal states whose labor markets vary, isn't it? Labor markets vary. So for example, the labor market in Bihar is totally different than labor market in Karnataka. Clear? Isn't it? Example, take Bangalore and Patna, or take Kerala and Bangalore. So a person who goes to Kerala for working, they are whom? They are sharecroppers. They are what? Laborers who go for Kharif season, seasonal employment. And the people who come to Bangalore, they are more about what? Technocrats. Are you getting this? So how you will apply the same laws for a technocrat? Or let's say, for example, a person who is designing. Hi. Yes. A person. No, I thought, yeah. A person who is a technocrat and a person who is a laborer in Kerala. And a person who has migrated from Bihar. So whether you will put Bihari laws on him, whether you will put Malayali laws on him, or the same laws would be applied for a technocrat here, because the working conditions are different, the pay scale is different, isn't it? The socio-economic conditions of the laborers are different. You're getting this like that. Did it justify? No? Got na? Achha. Clear? Maharashtra will say that I don't want to come on the board, because what your labor laws are saying, it will not fit here. Our labor market is different. If you see our Vidarbha, it's 50 years back. So we can't put that because it's entirely agrarian. Okay, or for example, your northern Karnataka and southern Karnataka, entirely different, na? Davangere, all these regions, and see southern part, it's entirely different. You're getting this? Yes? Yeah? These are some of the shift to capital intensive. No bro, it will not fit here. It's basically, if I want to say in one line how this labor law looks, they are more pro market, so they will give more power to what? Private sector. Though they say social security, but it can be circumvented also. That's why when we'll talk about the next segment, current scenario. And also one thing which I forgot, taking the bargaining power away from trade unions. So they don't support the formation of trade unions. They take the bargaining power away from trade unions. And trade union has been our, see, whatever it's positive, negative, but trade union has been important in India. Okay. Clear? Then, what is the status of applicability? Currently what? In suspension. Suspension means what? Passed by the parliament, but not applied. Same thing, why not applied? States are telling that will not apply here because it's our conditions are different. Second, opposition by states. Opposition by states. This is currently it is being there. And again the government is continuing what? Deliberations with different stakeholders. They are still talking. Baba, why you are opposing? Tell me your things, we will incorporate if it is possible. So now government is doing deliberations. So it has been passed by the parliament technically. So that means what? It has become a law of land, but it has not yet been adopted by the states, because states are telling that our markets are different. Delhi can't impose that on us, because Delhi's sensibilities are there in this act. We can't do that. Will West Bengal accept it? No. Will Kerala accept it? No. Kerala is more about, more about pro-labor, pro workers, isn't it? Because they are all leaders, and their, in fact, chief minister also comes from the reforms movement only. Clear? So they will not say that. They will not give more power to the private sector. Here these laws technically give power more to the private sector. So this is the current scenario. Clear? Labor laws 2019, 2020 they passed. It was met with resistance, and now it has been passed by the parliament but not yet applied. Still hanging. The sword is hanging. That's it. Clear? Okay, so I think we will pause here. Any doubts still here? 5 minutes, the floor is open. 6:15 we will stop. Yeah. Say. See, either you understood everything, either you understood nothing. But I am a very positive man. I will take, you understood everything. And I will. Yeah, very good. Conclusion. What will be the conclusion? As these labor laws are in abyss, that means they are hanging, the government as well as different stakeholders should begin the process of its implementation via deliberations, discussions and dialogue. Like that, in a democratic ethos, isn't it? You are passed by the parliament, you are done time pass of the parliament also, no? You have spent so much money. Laws are passed. Technically, if laws are passed, they should be implemented. If everything is done, what is stopping? Solve it, no? Sit. Because we are a democratic country. Sit, talk, argue, debate, but find a solution for implementation. So the solution should be found in what? A democratic manner. Okay, because these laws can enhance economic and social democracy. All big things use it. Okay, economic democracy, social democracy, directive principles of state policy, sustainable development, goal number 17, goal number 5. If you accidentally remember any goal, use it. Clear? Okay, yeah. Yes. Anything more? So these are some of the questions. I think you got a framework of answering. It was easy. So what we can draw inferences from this paper? 1, you need to reread or you need to read newspapers again, because the source of questions was newspaper. 2, back to core sources, budget, survey and newspaper. 3, and third is more answer writing. Are you getting this? Even if it's tough, it's great. Even if it's easy, it's great. And answer writing, you should now focus more on facts. Okay, facts could be picked from economic survey and budget. So more focus on facts. If some facts is given, I use a report, SBI report in the first part of the answer. So World Bank reports come. These reports could be quoted also. Okay, poverty reports are there, so-called. So for example, we didn't write that. So as per household consumption expenditure survey, Niti Aayog chief says that India has reduced its poverty by 5%. So that means what? Since 1990s, whatever reforms are being doing, it's helping to curb poverty. Because as per Tendulkar committee report, you know that it was 29.1%. We did in the class, or isn't it? Tendulkar committee, Rangarajan committee, we did that. So the poverty was around 29. But as per household consumption expenditure survey, in 2024, the chief says that it's less than 5%. Are you getting this? Tendulkar committee, Rangarajan committee, all these committees are important. Make them a part of your answer. Clear? Got it? Yeah. Anything more? Yeah. You want to drink coffee, I understand. Yeah. Last benches? Yes. Fine. Okay. Tata. Bye bye. See you. Chalo, bye bye. Online students.
Voice. Very good evening, everyone. So today we shall be discussing about GS paper 3 and environment and disaster management section. I hope that I'm clearly audible to the students. Someone please comment in the comment section whether we are clearly audible. I hope that I'm clearly audible. So, so in general studies paper 3, in GS paper 3, what we have studied is that I would say in environment, and second is disaster management section. So these are the two sections that we are going to speak about. So how was the paper this time, GS paper 3? Was it a traditional? Was it a doable? Was it easy? Yes, the paper, if you have been the student of basically a bridge course which I have conducted, then most of the questions have came from the traditional area, where most of the things are traditional and repeated. For example, this year also what we had is 2 questions for 10 markers and 1 question for basically 15 markers. While here disaster management also 1 question was for 10 markers, while 1 more question was for 15 marks. So total here it carried the weightage of 25 marks, while here the total weightage was basically 35 marks. So in short, basically 60 marks ka weightage was there for these 2 sections, and the questions were from traditional areas directly linked to the syllabus, correct? So questions were directly linked to the syllabus points and were inspired from the PYQs and the ongoing current affairs, correct? Example, we'll just see the questions in general at a glance initially, and later we'll move on to the other parts. So here if you just see environment ka, so the first question, the 10 marker question, spoke about the role of the environmental NGOs and environmental activists with respect to influencing environment impact assessment. So EIA is a direct syllabus topic mentioned in the syllabus. I hope you are getting the idea. So similarly, EIA ka question was asked previously also. Similarly, they have asked what is the role of this in influencing the EIA process itself, and we have to name 4 such examples. So a traditional question. Similarly, second point is about the river pollution, that is because of the industrial pollution. So industrial pollution of the water. So as I mentioned in the bridge course also and in the classes also, water pollution is the most important theme for environment. So here again the theme based question, that is industrial pollution of the river water is significant environmental issue, and we have to discuss the mitigation measures. Third question was about the water stress, yet another question from the water scarcity, that is water stress or water insecurity, especially with respect to the fresh water, I would say, and the rising concerns or the alarming concerns because of the climate change. So what are the solutions for it, which technologies we can use to overcome the water stress? These are the total 3 questions from the environment section, while the 2 questions from the disaster and disaster management are as follows. As traditional question, first the basics or theoretical part of the disaster. Earlier they had asked you about what is risk assessment, what is vulnerability assessment. This time they have asked you about what is disaster resilience, how do you determine it, various elements of disaster resilience, and what are the policy framework, and I would say the framework and the global targets with respect to disaster resilience. Similarly, a repeated question is about the urban floods. This question, that is flooding in the urban area, is emerging as an climate-induced disaster. So this question speaks about urban floods, the meaning of it. Uske baad we have to discuss the causes, mention the features of this urban floods and what are their impacts. And similarly, we have to cite few examples and give the solution in the form of policy and the frameworks. The question is asking us about NDMA guidelines. So in general, this is a guideline which shows you the idea that basically environmental questions, the 2 questions, 10 marker questions were again from the similar part, and this, that is 1 mark, which again 50 marker question was on the expected line with respect to water trend issues. So again this year what we could see is that water related issues and traditional topic like environment impact assessment, these were the 2 major issues focused upon, right? Here they have focused upon one of the that is theoretical part, that is with respect to disaster resilience, and second is with respect to the one of the disaster that they have taken as what, urban floods. So these are the total 5 questions that we got this year in UPSC, mains 2024. I hope you got it. So today we are going to discuss all these 5 questions. I hope I'm clear. Let us start first with environment and environment. First question. Question number 1 that we are going to discuss. So here I will be teaching you how to generally approach the question. Here this question is for 10 markers, right? A 10 marker question where essentially you are having 7.2 minutes in the examination hall. So what should have been your approach to write this question in the form of introduction, body, conclusion, how you are going to substantiate these arguments, these things we are going to discuss. So let us start with the first question. What role do the environmental NGOs and activists play in influencing EIA, Environment Impact Assessment? So question क्या पूछ रहा है? There is some procedure called as Environment Impact Assessment. This procedure is influenced by environmental NGOs and activists. So what is their role in influencing EIA process and their outcomes? Correct? We have to cite 4 examples with all the important details. So these are the 2 parts of the question. When you are starting with this question क्या पढ़ रहा हूँ? Question is asking what is the role do the environmental NGOs and activists play in influencing EIA outcomes for the major projects in India. So let us deal with the first part first. So here what will you write? First in introduction, what will you write? Tell me, what will you write? Here first, what you should write ideally is as follows. Ideally, you should write basically this all apart. That is EIA is a statutory procedure. What is it? A statutory procedure. So here you should underline the keywords. It is a statutory procedure. किसके अंदर? Laid under Environment Protection Act 1986. This EIA aims for what is the aim for? It aims for granting. What does it want to grant? Environmental clearance. What it want to do? It want to grant environment clearance. किसके लिए? To the proposed project. To the proposed project. To the proposed project. Matlab there is one particular, what I am saying, a procedure is there. Statutory matlab it is a procedure which is laid down under a particular law, and it will help us for what? Granting environmental clearance, correct? But when? To what? To the proposed project, correct? Before, very important, before initiation. Before initiation. Matlab before starting the project. Getting the idea? Now this EIA is mandatory for certain part of industries, correct? Now here, iska objective, so it shall help, EIA help for what? People participation, then social inclusion or inclusive development. Similarly, it shall also help us for what? Ecological conservation, and henceforth achieve sustainable development. It shall help us for what? Inclusive growth, environmental concerns, overcoming the environmental concerns, at the same time ensuring ecological and economic development, both. So EIA is nothing but a tool which help us to achieve a balance. It is a tool which help us to achieve a balance between economic growth and ecological concerns and ecological concerns. I hope you got it. So basically, out of these 4 points, you could have written any 2 points. Basically, first 2 points will be directly hitting the bullseye. So basically, in short, you will tell what is EIA. एक कुछ नहीं, एक procedure है, which is mandatory for certain categories of industries, which what you are having is category A, category B projects. Category A projects are major projects which need central government ka permission, example nuclear power plants, while category B projects are the projects which need state government ka permission. I hope that is minor projects. So in this context, EIA follows a 4-step procedure. EIA follows majorly 4 steps procedure as follow. What is it? Basically, screening, scoping, public consultation, and basically post environmental, post clearance, monitoring compliance. Logical? So question ka, in this question where you are having only 150 words, you're not going to write all, but this is the idea. In introduction, what we have taken, it is a procedure, a statutory procedure under EPA, which will help us for granting environmental clearance for the proposed project, and which follows the following steps. Correct? There are the 3 points which could have written, but here immediately you could have written in another point. However, in only 1 point. However, there are environmental concerns. And violations of the norms. Environmental concerns and violation of the norms while the development of the project. I hope you are getting the idea. In this context, now comes the second part of the question. So यहाँ पे हमने क्या किया? The role of environmental NGOs. This is a major part. Getting the idea? This is a major part. किसका role of environmental NGOs and activists play in influencing what? EIA outcomes. इसके लिए हमने शुरू में introduction दिया. This EIA is nothing but a procedure है, which help us for what? Granting environmental clearance in the following steps, screening, scoping वगैरह. But despite its objective, there are certain concerns like violations of the norms, impact on the biodiversity, forceful displacement, rehabilitation, resettlement of the people. Is second part of the answer, matlab the second, fourth point of the answer. Now come the next point, that is henceforth a role of the NGOs will be important to overcome these issues. However, despite these were the issues, that is basically violations, environmental concerns, biodiversity impact, उसके बाद displacement of the people, displacement and resettlement of the people, ये सब कुछ impact है. Logical? And henceforth comes the major part of the body part, that is role of NGOs and activists. Now here, that is why role of the NGOs and activists will be, you will be writing the second major part, that is the body part of the answer. What is the role वगैरह? Now this role, the role of this NGOs and activists is to overcome these issues. Logical? There are major 2 to 3 things that they will help us to overcome. First major important is basically people's participation and awareness. People, participation and awareness. So despite this being a statutory procedure, the major projects in India, if you try to understand the major projects in India, let us consider in Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, etc., or along the coastal area, mainly the people affected here is biodiversity, then tribal people, vagera, which are having less developmental indicators like lack of education, lack of awareness, vagera. So that is why they are not aware about this procedural tools, vagera. Second, this will help us for what? Research. In what context research? For example, in Bangalore, tomorrow if there is a nuclear power plant, correct, and there is a need for environmental clearance, in this context, the NGOs can help us to make sure that EIA is done in a proper way, plus a long-term and short-term impact on the human health and on the ecology can be studied and put forward through a white paper to the, I would say, comments to the government. I hope you are getting the idea. So doing through a detailed, thorough research analysis. And last, basically, you can speak about is basically आपका legal scrutiny and interventions. Legal scrutiny and interventions. Example. Interventions. Legal scrutiny, interventions. Then raising the concerns over ecological issues, comma, violations. So this is how the NGOs can come into the play, where it can tell that basically if you want to start iron industry, thermal power plant, do mining, they can make aware of the people, they can ensure their basic rights, that is settlement, rehabilitation वगैरह. They can do research and the studies and make people more aware. उसके बाद they legal scrutiny that they can basically do appeal in the honorable Supreme Court, High Court, depending upon which laws are being violated वगैरह, and raising the concerns about most of the issues which are being here. In this context, the question says that once they play this role, the role of the NGOs, I hope you got it. Now here we have to cite 4 examples with all the important details. In this context, here if you see, basically important, I would say, what is the question is asking? Important 4 examples, correct? Important examples where the role of NGOs and activists helped, positive role of NGOs and activists. Which are these examples? So let us take one by one. Example, Narmada Bachao Andolan. Narmada Bachao, a classic, Bachao Andolan. So this Narmada Bachao Andolan was led by a social activist called as Medha Patkar, correct? So you can quote her, Medha Patkar, where she emphasized that long-term impact caused due to the dam. Logical? So because of her basically efforts, positive impact kya tha? So she raised the awareness. So she ensured that, or she highlighted, what I can say is that she highlighted the issues due to the dam construction. That is why the result was, the positive impact was basically proper rehabilitation and resettlement was done in a positive way because of her efforts. Similarly, what we have is yet another impact, a classic case study. Example, POSCO steel plant. POSCO steel plant. POSCO steel plant. POSCO steel plant. So this POSCO steel plant is in Odisha, correct? So there were different NGOs. The name of these NGOs are like Greenpeace वगैरह, which played the role to tell that what this impact of POSCO steel plant will have on the local ecology and the people. So because of the effort of these NGOs like Greenpeace, like the Greenpeace NGO, the name of the NGO is basically Greenpeace, the positive impact was basically that basically NGT had suspended, awareness was done, and NGT suspended the license of POSCO steel plant. So what is this impact? Kiska? Of the NGO. That means the role of the NGOs is influencing the decisions of either a statutory body like or a tribunal like NGT. Similarly, in Tamil Nadu, what you have is Sterlite, basically copper plant. Sterlite copper plant. The issue of Sterlite copper plant. So in this context, there was an NGO which helped that, which emphasized that there are going to be health hazards. And by taking cognizance of this health hazards of this copper plant and mining on the people, the license was cancelled and the company was basically sealed in 2018. Getting the idea? Similarly, what we have is yet another important, what we know is the classic, that is Kudankulam nuclear power plant. Kudankulam nuclear power plant. So in this nuclear power plant, what was the issue? So issue was raised by various NGOs and the activists with respect to the safety measures. And because of this, I would say NGOs and their voice raised with respect to the various environmental concerns or the safeguards that one should take, इसीलिए positive outcomes were there. I hope you got it. Similarly, you are having another example, that is आपका नियामगिरी का example, correct? Vedanta bauxite mining, correct? A classic example, Vedanta bauxite mining, which took place in Odisha. So here, this bauxite mining was going to take place what? In Niamgiri. So Niamgiri is a small place in, I would say, Odisha, where the local NGOs emphasized for improving the awareness with respect to this Vedanta bauxite project. In this context, the proper measures, the concerns were with respect to forceful rehabilitation, displacement of the people, resettlement issues were raised. Because of their efforts, positive efforts were undertaken by the government. Similarly, in Pune, there is an issue with respect to Lavasa project. Lavasa project, because this project in Pune was constructed in eco-sensitive zone of, I would say, not eco-sensitive zone, rather biodiversity hotspot region of Western Ghats. So these are the few of the examples where the NGOs have played the positive role, which have helped to overcome the issues like safety concerns of nuclear power plant, rehabilitation, resettlement issues of basically, I would say, Vedanta bauxite, where basically the Supreme Court said that it's mandatory to take the permission of the local Gram Sabha for granting the permission. Similarly, here we are having the people's issues, so dam ka rehabilitation. So similarly, these are 5 to 6 examples which you can quote while citing the positive role of the NGOs, to overcome the issues which are because of what? EIA. I hope you are getting the idea. So question kya tha? Again, just repeat. So EIA has certain outcomes which are being influenced by NGOs, correct? And these are the following examples. I hope everyone got it. Is it useful? This is how you have to write the answer. Now, second is basically about, just read the question. Industrial pollution of the river water is significant and environmental issue. क्या बोल रहा है question? Industrial pollution of river water is a significant environmental issue in India. Discuss the mitigation measures to deal with this problem. And also the government initiative in this regard. मतलब question का demand is clearly here. Question is speaking about river pollution. So in introduction we speak about the river pollution because of this 1 or 2 ecological issues, and then we'll move about mitigation measures. And here, while we are speaking about basically where the river water pollution is taking place, we can cite a diagram and substantiate by the reports of CPCB or NGT or Niti Aayog, whatever it is. I hope you are getting the idea. Flow कैसा होगा? Introduction में river pollution, उसका basic meaning, उसका substantiation by the data, one small diagram showing the stretches of the rivers which are polluted by the various industries like thermal power plant, nuclear power plant, paper and pulp, chemical, pharmaceutical industry वगैरह. उसके बाद we will tell few issues of this pollution on the river water body, and this will speak in only 4 to 5 points, and then we will move on to the various mitigation measures. Mitigation measures, matlab the solution to overcome the river pollution can be divided into various parts. Mitigation measures as what? Legal measures, statutory measures, policy measures, and basically technological measures. So I say 4 measures we can divide, and then we have to write along with these measures government ka initiatives like Namami Gange mission वगैरह वगैरह. I hope you got it. So in this context, let us discuss this question. So first, what is the question? So let us discuss the second question. So the second question is about industrial pollution of the river water, correct? Industrial pollution of the river water. So in introduction, what we are going to write is the following thing. What is it? Basically, introduction में river pollution represents addition of unwanted and harmful substances from various industries which degrade the quality of water and make it unfit for use Logical? River pollution मतलब क्या? एक कुछ नहीं, addition of what? Unwanted substances which is degrading the quality of the water and it is making it unfit for the consumption. Logical? In this context, immediately on this side you can show basically various industries and the pollution stretches. So for example, question speaks about industrial stretches and the rivers. So simple, what you can show is example. This is how you can do. Example, here you can show Kanpur. So here you can show any Kaverika river basin, and here if you want to make it more illustrative, then you can show that here it is leather and tannery industries, here basically nuclear power plants, then paper and pulp industry on the Western Ghats, etc. And here you can write the figure name as basically polluted river stretches. Polluted river stretches. I hope you are getting the idea. So basically here, as I mentioned, this river pollution is a fact. How do we prove it? We can say that as per CPCB, basically 123, or as per CPCB, I will not say the number, as per the recent CPCB report, multiple river stretches are heavily polluted, where water is unfit for the consumption. Similarly, either you write this or second you can write NGT. NGT says that 75% of आपका surface water is polluted, and the main cause is attributed, main cause or factor responsible is industrial pollution. Is industrial pollution मतलब क्या? Discharge of untreated waste. Discharge of what? Untreated waste directly into the river stretches have polluted the water, which has made it unfit. So here we will write with one substantiation in introduction. After simple definition, this is what the second point. Here you can say examples. Then you can tell examples. The stretches pollution of what? River Yamuna due to leather and tannery industries near Kanpur. Similarly, what you have is industries like what? Nuclear power plant, paper and pulp, pharmaceutical, chemical industries. They are all polluting. So इससे क्या होगा? We will substantiate this part, that industrial pollution of the rivers. Which industries? That is what we are trying to say here. That is nuclear power plants, thermal power plants, mining. All these are the industries which are polluted. Kitna? This much is the data, and this is a basic idea. I hope you got it. And this is 1, 2, 3. Third point. Immediately fourth point, what you can say is that it has led to adverse impact on a river ecosystem with respect to first, second, third, with respect to biodiversity, adversely impacting biodiversity, quality of the water, and its productivity. So these are the three things which are mainly impacted by आपका basically I would say mainly by the river pollution, and it has also led to basically impact on the health. In this context, the second part of the question speaks that industrial pollution of the river water is a significant environmental issue in India. Discussed now, we are substantiate this part, that is by 4 points, and now we are going to move on to what? Mitigation efforts to deal with the problem, and also the government initiative in this regard. So now this second part says that hence we are having government mitigation efforts with respect to river pollution. Which are these? We can divide this, guys. 1, 2, 3, 4 as what? Legal measures or legal efforts. Second is आपका statutory efforts. We can also say that basically policy measures, programs, initiatives, and fourth, what we can speak about is basically technological measures. How the technological efforts can help in mitigation of what? River pollution. In this context, we are having following measures. Which are these? Let us try to understand. So the most important point here is basically first point, legal efforts. What we can say is just right by one point, that is Water Pollution and Control of Prevention Act 1974 emphasize for prevention of the river pollution. Got it? It has established various statutory bodies like CPCB, which emphasize for continuous monitoring and basically complying to the norms, standards and the norms. Similarly, what we have here is Central Groundwater Board, which will also emphasize for what? Basically आपका किसके लिए? For the groundwater pollution mitigation. So this is the first major law, and secondly what we have is Environment Protection Act 1986. So these are the two major laws which will help me to mitigate river pollution. Similarly, when I am coming to statutory effort, the most important statutory effort here is आपका NGT, NGT Act 2010, where National Green Tribunal emphasized to comply with the given norms, or else it can take a suo motu action by for what, violating the norms and by cancelling the licenses. ये भी हो सकता है NGT का. Now come to the programs and policies. Now here we are having different programs and policies like Namami Gange Mission. Namami Gange Mission. Now in this Namami Gange Mission, here you have to write to stop this pollution. What we need is basically establishment of sewage treatment plants, correct? Effluent treatment plants, industrial effluent treatment plants, so that all the waste is processed. I hope you are getting the idea. Similarly, what you are having is zero liquid discharge policy, zero liquid discharge from the pharmaceutical industries. Similarly, what you have is riverfront development, riverfront development. Also, what I will say, river surface cleaning, river surface cleaning, correct? So these are the basic components of Namami Gange Mission, and for this also there are a number of programs. For example, National River Conservation Program, National River Conservation Program, correct? Then you are having n number of other case studies like Sabarmati Riverfront Development, Sabarmati River Development Front. So in this context, what you have is another is that Swachh Bharat Mission, Swachh Bharat Mission, which aims for basically stopping the open defecation, correct? Establishment of industrial plants, effluent treatment plants, वगैरह. So through this various programs and policies, you can also write this. I would say programs, you can write that as a mitigation effort. Similarly, here you can write for continuous monitoring of the industries which are discharging continuously, continuously, I would say effluent. What there is India Water Resource Information System, India Water Resource Information System, that is WRIS. This will help us for what, continuous real-time monitoring that which industries are directly discharging their influents, which are not treating their effluents. So through these measures, there will be multiple, I would say, the programs, policies, and the norms which will emphasize the industries to stop their pollution. Along with this, the most important here is आपका technological efforts. How the technology can help us to overcome the industrial pollution. In this context, here what you can say is that it aims to establish what, sewage treatment plants. Second, industrial effluent treatment plants. किसके लिए? For discharged waste, for treatment of what? Treatment of discharged waste. Then what we have is the greener production methods, that is industry using greener technology, industries using green technologies, like use of bioremediation techniques, use of RRR principle, where they are going to do wastewater recycling and reuse, zero liquid discharge, उसके बाद advanced technology like membrane bioreactors, reverse osmosis, वगैरह वगैरह. All these things will help me for what, overcoming the water pollution. They will help us for what, overcoming what, water pollution. I hope you're getting the idea. So this is about the second question, that how discuss the various mitigation efforts to deal with this problem. So to deal with that problem, we have divided the mitigation efforts into 4 major parts, and then government initiatives, that is different name of the policies and the schemes. Easy, doable. Next, world is facing an acute shortage of clean and safe alternative to fresh water. Matlab, in introduction, what you are going to write is about What is the statement? World is facing an acute shortage of what? Clean and safe alternative to what? Fresh water. That means question is speaking about water stress. What is speaking about? Water stress. That is fresh water stress. What does it refer to? It refers to scarcity of the water. Scarcity of the water. Correct? Now question is, how much is the scarcity of the fresh water? That we can tell by as per Niti Aayog. As per Niti Aayog, 600 million Indians are going to face severe to high water stress. Severe to high water stress. Similarly, if you want, you can also write as per WHO, about 2 million people will have, I would say rather than 2 million, I would say 2 billion people have lack of access to the sanitation facilities. So what I'm saying, I'm just substantiating the first statement. First statement speaks about something called as water stress or water shortage. Water stress or water shortage. I hope you got it. Water stress or water shortage. So this question speaks about the world is facing acute water shortage of clean and safe alternative to fresh water. So first what I have done, water stress. Hey, what does it mean? Scarcity of the water. Niti Aayog in Indian context, WHO in the global context. Henceforth, the second part of the question says that what are the technologies which can solve this crisis? Now, which can solve this crisis? Let us write why it has been there. You can write global water shortage. Global water shortage is mainly due to, can be attributed to, is due to increase in urbanization, population, unsustainable and overuse of the water. Overuse of water. Correct? These are the major, I would say, the reasons. Due to मतलब क्या बोल रहा हूँ मैं? Reasons. What are these? These are the reasons for what? Water shortage at the global level. हाँ या ना? So this is the third point that you are going to write in introduction. The question says that what are the technologies which can solve this? Henceforth, the next point will be the following technologies which can help to overcome this issue. Which are these? The next point of the answer will be technologies to overcome what we call it as water shortage or water stress. So you have to name these technologies. Correct? Example, which are the technologies? Desalinization plant. Desalinization plant. Second is atmospheric water generation facilities. Third is आपका solar power filtration. What we have is rainwater harvesting technologies. Fifth, what we have is basically आपका reverse osmosis. Then I would say simple words में let us take drip technologies, drip irrigation or drip technology. This will help me to overcome the water shortage किसका? Fresh water का. This is what was the question का next part. What are the technologies which can solve this crisis? So these are the 5 to 6 technologies which can help me to overcome the crisis in the respective fields. For example, this drip irrigation can help me to overcome the water shortage in the agriculture sector. Getting the idea? Similarly, what we have done, we have written the other technologies. Now, what is the second part of the question? Briefly discuss any 3 such technologies, citing their merits and demerits. So now let us take example of one by one. So here what we can do is a desalinization ka merits, and here what we will do, demerits, or that is concern. Again what we will do, atmospheric with water generation, uska merits, that is positive, uska concerns. Solar power ka merits, concerns. I hope you are getting the idea. So this can be the second part of the question. First point, what we will do, first we will take desalinization. I will just give it for one, desalinization. Here you will write in one line the meaning. What is the meaning of desalination plant? Conversion of what? Conversion of seawater or salt water, seawater to potable drinking water, correct? Drinking water using various technologies, but it has following merits. इसका merit क्या होगा? Access to the unlimited supply of the water, unlimited water. कहाँ से? From the oceans, correct? Lack of dependence upon lack of dependence upon what? Rainfall. हाँ या ना? Will not be dependent upon rainfall. Sea water ले लिया, immediately बना दिया. How much is the sea water? Unlimited. I hope you are getting that. Yeah. Similarly, इसका concerns क्या होगा? What are the concerns of this? Correct? And what we can do is that very, very large scale production, large scale production. बस इसका issues, that is demerits are as follows. For example, it is very, very capital intensive, correct? Capital intensive, which needs lot of technological advancement, and basically it needs lot of energy. So this wala process, that is desalination, requires lot of energy intensive. It's an energy intensive process, and that is why it may increase the carbon footprint. Logical? So that may lead further aggravation to climate change. That is why this method, despite it is good, it is not sustainable. I hope you got it. So I would say in USA there are various efforts undertaken for desalination plants. So this is how you are going to write about desalination. Similarly, is basically atmospheric water generation. So what is this method? Similar what we know is air. For example, atmosphere is nothing but a thin layer of the gases surrounding a particular earth surface. In atmosphere, what you have is humidity. Humidity means moisture. Now that moisture we are going to extract to water. Matlab moisture in the atmosphere. Example, in this classroom, whatever is the moisture, that is humidity, we are going to cool it down into water droplets and convert it into the आपका water. I hope you are getting. That is the method of what? Atmospheric water generation. Again, इसका merit क्या होगा? It can be done anywhere. इसका operating cost is less after installation. It can be done in the dry areas also, wherever it is essential. These are all merits. Similarly, concerns is basically it needs lot of technology, but this atmospheric water generation will not be possible in dry and arid areas where you need more water. समझ में आ रहा है? Similarly, solar power filtration मतलब इसका मतलब ये हुआ, we are going to make use of the renewable energy, that is solar energy, to remove out the pollutants or the salt content from the water. That is filtration कर रहे हैं आप लोग from the water. क्या filter करना है? Salts and the pollutants by using the energy, and that energy is nothing but आपका renewable energy. So इसका merit ही क्या होगा? इसका merits होगा use of the renewable energy. It is sustainable, but again इसका concern क्या होगा? Basically solar energy is not available and efficiency is not same everywhere. For example, during cloudy weather, the efficiency will be not as effective as what it is. And iska, the amount of water that you are going to generate in both atmospheric water generation and solar power filtration is very, very less. You need humongous amount of water, multiple gallons of water for industrialization, urbanization. But यहाँ से क्या होगा? Very, very less amount of water can be generated. But from here, more amount of water can be generated. So these are the technologies which you can write as merits and demerits, as I have mentioned here. This, I hope you got it. So this is what were your three major questions with respect to आपका environment and ecology. Now let us shift to something called as disaster management. In disaster management, there were two questions. In disaster management, there are two questions. Let us discuss the two questions. Question number 1. Question says that what is disaster resilience? Simple definition लिखना है आपको एक लाइन में. How it is determined. Third, various elements of disaster resilience framework, and we have to mention the global targets of Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction. So let us start with the simple, directly what, how, the hai iska question. There is no interpretation. Disaster resilience, here what you can do is that, let us say this is disaster management ka first question. In this disaster management first question, the question speaks about disaster resilience. What is the meaning of word resilience? मतलब ability to basically take on something. Exactly same. Disaster resilience refers to ability. किसका ability? Of the people, that is communities, of the system, of the government system, government to recover, correct? To recover and adapt from, कहाँ से? From ecological or environmental hazards in short period of time, in the short and effective manner. In short and effective manner is called as disaster resilience. Is called as disaster resilience. Now, why is it is important? It is important to minimize. क्या minimize करना है? Socio-economic impact on the people. Now, question is how are you going to reduce or how are you going to increase? Question क्या है? How are you going to increase the disaster resilience? Secondly, question speak about what are the important determinants, correct? Determinants. देखो यहाँ पे क्वेश्चन क्या पूछता है? What are the various determinants and various elements of the framework? So when you are speaking about the determinants and what are the second part speaks about the elements for what? Resilience, and also mention the global targets, correct? हाँ या ना? Disaster resilience meaning समझ में आया पूरा? How it is determined? Now let us try to understand that how it is determined. It is determined. For example, if you take any disaster, how, for example, today in Bangalore, if there is a cloud burst, how will we determine that Bangalore is resilient to the cloud burst? That means how effective water will be discharged. Logical. I'm just giving an example. If there is, imagine in one basically hour, if there is 100 mm of precipitation, that is called as cloud burst. If there is cloud burst and complete Bangalore is waterlogged, तो क्या होगा? How will I will understand the resilience of Bangalore infrastructure? How effective that water is gone? How much is the green cover? How is the government responding? How are the NGOs responding? Did I get early warning system? How is the community participation? So all these things determine how I am going to basically have resilience against any particular disaster. So this I would say it is basically determinants can be capacity to absorb the shocks. Capacity to absorb the shocks. Similarly, what we can have is that institutional capacity, capacity to for recovery, capacity for what? Recovery, then adaptation and learning mechanisms, early warning system, वगैरह वगैरह. So from these things, we can understand the determinants of disaster resilience, correct? For example, in Ethiopia, Sudan, if there is any particular disaster of basically, I would say, a food crisis, etc. So Ethiopia and Yemen do not have institutional capacity to provide PDS, correct? Similarly, Ethiopia does not have any, I would say, the capacity for launching an effective response mechanism. Getting the idea? So what are we trying to hear? How a disaster resilience can be determined on this basis. Now let us try to understand next point, that is elements in disaster resilience, because that is the next part of the question. Describe the various elements of what? Resilience framework. So elements of what? Disaster resilience again depends upon the risk assessment, early warning system, correct? Early warning system, prevention and mitigation, preparedness, disaster preparedness, structural and non-structural measures, वगैरह वगैरह. So for example, if you are having the idea about disaster management continuum, इसका मतलब क्या होता है? Disaster when it strikes, so these are the measures that you are going to take basically before the disaster, and these are the measures that you are going to take after the disaster strike. So when there is a disaster, let us take example of floods, because that is the next question. So immediately क्या होगा flood के बाद? Rescue, relief, immediately rehabilitation, correct? Rescue, relief, rehabilitation and reconstruction. But over the period of time we have to take long measures. मतलब ये क्या हो गया आपका? Preparedness, and ये क्या है आपका? Response, immediately speedy response चाहिए to save the lives of the people. So यहाँ पे क्या होगा? Prevention, mitigation, early warning system, forecast वगैरह. So question ये पूछता है, in this context, in this disaster resilience, after the disaster strikes, how much is my system resilient? That how will I understand? I will understand through what? Multiple elements. How do I do the risk assessment? What are the structure, non-structural measures that have taken place? उसके बाद prevention, mitigation, preparedness, structure. ये सबसे मुझे क्या पता चलेगा? आपका the second part of the question, various elements of the resilient framework. Now the last part of the question is very important. That is global targets of the Sendai framework for what? Disaster risk reduction. So this disaster risk reduction के लिए आपको एक डायग्राम ड्रॉ करना था, सिंपल. डिजास्टर रिस्क रिडक्शन वाज बेसिकली अ कॉन्टिनम which was adapted since 1994. उसके बाद 2005 एंड उसके बाद 2015. बेसिकली 1994 में डिजास्टर रिस्क रिडक्शन का स्ट्रैटेजी was first discussed in Yokohama, then in Kobe in Japan, and then in Sendai. Kobe का outcome was Hugo framework, which was from 2005 to 2015. 2005 to 2015. इसका outcome is Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction, that is from 2015 to 2030, correct? And question says that for a disaster risk reduction, global targets of Sendai framework for what? Disaster risk reduction. तो आपको यहाँ पे ये लिखना है disaster risk reduction Sendai targets. So there are different targets of Sendai framework. First, what does disaster risk reduction strategy of Sendai framework say? It says that the impact or the global mortality due to disaster should be reduced substantially by 2030, correct? The number of the people affected by disaster should be reduced significantly by 2030, that is displacement वगैरह. Then the impact of disaster on economy should be very, very less. Then impact of the disaster on critical infrastructure should be minimized. And basically if you see the last few points which speaks about basically its impact on economy, on people, on displacement, ये सब कुछ क्या होना चाहिए? Continuously reduce होना चाहिए. By 2030 there should be effective early warning system. उसके बाद there should be community participation वगैरह. Through this basically all the impact of basically आपका disasters will be reduced substantially, and this is what has been mentioned in आपका Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction. I hope everyone is getting the idea. So this is your this wala question, that is disaster management ka first question. I hope you got it. Now the next and last question, 50 marks ka, is again a repeat question, that is flooding in urban areas is emerging as a climate induced disaster. So flooding is emerging matlab basically the question speaks about urban floods. Second question is about urban floods. Urban floods refers to heavy precipitation, which leads to inundation of cities or urban spaces, correct? Urban spaces. Now this urban floods ka disaster have increased with respect to intensity and frequency in the recent times due to climate change. Logical. This is what is the first part of the statement. Flooding in the urban areas is an emerging climate induced disaster. That is what we have written. One statement में definition, उस second point में this. Next, discuss the causes of this disaster. Now urban floods are mainly caused because of various factors. So causes we can divide is at what natural factors or आपका anthropogenic factors. What we can say is that in the recent times anthropogenic factors can be attributed for the urban floods. Which are these causes? पहला cause, first cause is basically आपका heavy precipitation. Second most important factor responsible for this is inadequate infrastructure, correct? Inadequate infrastructure. Third, inadequate drainage. Fourth is basically आपका unplanned urban infrastructure, correct? Then loss of आपका urban water bodies, that I'm writing it as what? Wetlands, which can act as what? Shock absorbers. Sixth is basically loss of green cover, etc. One more important point is basically आपका concretization. All these things have led to basically आपका basic what is called as urban floods. Logical. Now here only in these points, we are going to integrate the second part of the question. Dekho, discuss the causes. Now next is mention the features of such major floods. I would say major floods ka features, that is it has led to economic loss, disruption of the life and properties, displacement of the people. ये सारे इसके features है. Now question is, describe the policies and the framework that India has to tackle such solution. Now here itself what we are going to do is we are going to write the examples. Example, because of heavy precipitation, we are able to see something called as floods in the coastal areas like Mumbai, correct? Inadequate infrastructure, or I would say inadequate drainage. For example, inadequate drainage के कारण infrastructure के कारण Bengaluru floods in 2022 can be attributed to lack of the drainage system. For example, Hyderabad. In Hyderabad, basically Hyderabad floods, Chennai floods, correct? Chennai floods. All these floods, recent times में Chennai का, Hyderabad का, Bangalore, Mumbai, this can be adapted to lack of the drainage, concretization, encroachment upon the wetlands, वगैरह वगैरह. I hope you got it. In this context, question ये पूछता है, mitigation efforts, urban floods, mitigation efforts with respect to policy and programs. So here the most important thing that you have to cite is basically in your answer is आपका NDMA guidelines, National Disaster Management Act, and its guidelines with respect to आपका urban floods mitigation. Now I will give you one structure, one idea how to generate the points, and depend upon that we can discuss the point. Pehla, let us take, there is something called as flood. Now flood के लिए, which floods? Urban floods. Logical, urban floods. In urban floods, let us try to understand before disaster what we are going to do. Don't write this, just listen. During disaster what we are going to do, and post disaster what we are going to do. Correct? This is a disaster management continuum. So before disaster what we are going to do? किसका before disaster की बात कर रहा हूँ मैं? Urban floods. What I should know is early warning system. That is what I call it as flood forecasting. उसके बाद I am going to make use of what? Radars and Dopplers. Correct? Radars वगैरह. उसके बाद in before only urban floods में what I am going to do? Desilting exercises of what? Wetlands. उसके बाद I am going to increase, I would say, green cover वगैरह वगैरह. So these are the things that I am going to do before the disaster strikes. Correct? That is restoration of what? Water bodies. Desilting मतलब restoration of the water bodies. Similarly, during the disaster what I should do is effective rescue, search, rescue operations. फटाफट. Long term में concretization कम करो, sponge cities मतलब increase the wetlands area, do not allow the wetlands का encroachment वगैरह. This is what are the points that we have to do. So this, keep this idea in the mind, and now write all those things. That is NDMA guidelines क्या होगा, then basically आपका policies like Amrut mission, then उसके बाद what we have is basically smart city mission, then sponge cities, correct? Sponge cities, then afforestation वगैरह वगैरह. I hope you are getting the idea. So in NDMA guidelines you can write basically आपका restoration of the water bodies, public awareness, community participation, correct? Early warning system, flood forecasting. These are all structural and non-structural measures. These are all given by NDMA guidelines and different schemes and the policies. That is what is asked in your second part of the question. I hope you got it. देखो, flooding in the urban areas, मतलब urban floods, we have discussed its causes, that is natural and anthropogenic, but in the recent times it is mainly attributed to the anthropogenic causes, that is called as climate-induced disasters. And we have mentioned the features as basically it has led to economic loss, displacement of the people, loss of the life and the properties, correct? Loss of the, I would say, connectivity, loss to the critical infrastructures. ये सब कुछ उसके major features है in the last 2 decades, and describe the policy and the framework in Indian context. So policy and framework, the most important policy is National Disaster Management Policy given by the NDMA Act 2010, and basically the framework at a national, state and basically local level में क्या करना, that is also they have mentioned. And along with this, the framework and the I would say the policies like Amrut mission, smart cities mission, sponge cities mission will also help us to overcome these points. These I would say urban floods. Hayana. But इसमें most important is NDMA guidelines. Done. So this is what you are going to write in this answer. So these are total आपका 5 questions which we spoke about. That is about your something called as basically the 5 questions which we discussed just now about your environment and disasters. I hope you really understood and this will be beneficial. But if you just see the questions, simple questions are introductions, one substantiation, then uske baad coming directly to the body, writing the points and conclusion. So question this time were a bit on the traditional part, with where you can use lot of, I would say, diagrams as I told you, or examples. This would have given you definitely the age in this particular, I would say, in this 65 marks. This 65 marks were very easy to do. I hope this is beneficial. So I really thank you everyone. So next session will be getting continued. Thank you everyone. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Is it audible over there? Yes, no issues with the audio, right? No issues with the audio? Shall I start with the class? Yes, okay. So I'll be taking up the science and technology. The internal security will take a little while, after a little while, okay? Uh, did you go through the question paper? Yes? Yes or no? Yes. How do you feel the question paper to be? Yes? How do you feel the question paper to be? Very simple question. Easy, good, moderate, able to answer, not able to answer. Yes? Moderate. Okay. Which area do you find it difficult? Yes? Anyone? No? Chalo, okay, it's okay. So I'll be taking up the science and technology discussion for you. Okay. There were 3 questions this year from the science and technology part. Okay. Most of the questions were related to the current affairs. Okay, the events which were taking place. Based on that, the questions were asked in the examination. Okay. So first we'll discuss the questions, and then I'll just give a brief trend of how the questions is asked in the mains examination as such. Okay. Yes. So this is the first question which is asked. Can you just tell me how many demands are there in this question? It's visible over there, right? No. How many demands are there? Yes? 2 demands? 3 demands? Okay. Which is the first demand? Present scenario, present world scenario of the IPR with respect to the material life. Then we have, what are the reasons? Which is the third demand over here? Yes? See here, this is just a statement which is given by them. It is just a statement. They have just said that although India is second in the world to file the patents, still only a few have been commercialized. In this context, explain the reasons behind this less commercialization. Okay. So here it is just a statement, because if you just see the question over here, the first question has no link with the second question. Okay, the first question here has no link with the second. When I say no link, it is related to IPR itself. But within the IPR, it is talking about life material. The other one, it is talking about the economic aspect as such. Okay, so here they're just giving you one context. They cannot just say this life material and then they cannot say they explain the reason behind. They have to give a context also, saying that why they're asking this particular demand as such. Okay, you got it? So here this part is just a statement as such. So in this question, there are just 2 demands. The first one is, what is the present world scenario of the intellectual property rights with respect to life materials? What is the present world scenario? What is the present world scenario? Okay, at least you say, what are life materials? Yes? Medicines? Next? Any other? Medical implants? Next? Huh? Yes? GM crops? Next? In simple, life material means plants, animal and their processes, right? In simple, life material means plants, animals and their associated things, okay? So in that, all the things will come up, okay? Basically, they're talking about plants, animals, it includes microorganisms, okay? Their life processes and the materials. Generally, it is the medicines which are associated with the life materials, okay? So plants, animals, then we have the medicines and life processes. Here, what all are the IPR associated with these things? Yes, patent. Okay, yes, patents. Next. Yes, trademarks. Do we have trademarks for these things? Next. What is IPR? What is IPR? Patents for intellectual property. Different types of IPR. Yes. Patent, trademark. Yes. Copyrights. Yes. Any other? Huh? Industrial designs. Next. Have you heard of GI? Do we give GI for life materials? Yes. Have you heard of plant variety protection? Plant variety protection. Yes, these are the three IPRs which are associated with these things, right? Now they are talking about global scenario. When I say global scenario, they're talking about how the situation is. So here it is a very open-ended one. When I say open-ended one, here you can talk about what are the treaties which are associated with the IPR, issues of the IPR with respect to the life material, right? So they're talking about present global scenario. They're not specifically saying that what is there an issue or they're talking about any treaty, nothing. It is a very open-ended one. Means you can write anything associated with the global scenario. Okay, you can write on the one side, you can write few treaties. On the other side, you can write few of the issues associated with the life material IPRs. Okay. What are the treaties? We have the Patent Paris Agreement, which is related to the patents. Okay, and then apart from that, we have TRIPS Agreement. Okay, have you heard of TRIPS Agreement? Yes. One is Paris Agreement, the other one is TRIPS Agreement. Apart from this, if you have been following the newspaper regularly, recently a treaty was concluded under the WIP, a treaty on intellectual property, genetic resources, and traditional knowledge. It was done recently itself, about 2-3 months ago. Okay, so in this light, it has been in news. Here, if you just see genetic resources, traditional knowledge are related to the life material itself. Okay, just about 2-3 months ago, this treaty was concluded, and India wants to join this treaty also. Okay, so in this slide, you can see that this was actually in the newspaper itself. Okay, so these are the treaties associated with the life material as such. What are the issues with respect to these things? Any issue? See, have you heard of biopiracy? Have you heard of biopiracy? Yes. Okay, they are using the indigenous knowledge and they are patenting those things. For example, we have neem, turmeric, basmati rice, okay, various other plants, they are actually patenting the products. Okay, this is actually creating issues in India, not only India, the developing countries as such. Okay, the developing countries have a lot of traditional knowledge. Okay, they have a lot of indigenous knowledge. So we have been using turmeric since thousands of years. Okay, now if they put the patent, then we won't be able to use it properly. Okay, so here biopiracy has been one concern which is regularly raised by the developing countries. Okay. Second one, most of the development with respect to the IPR takes place in the developed world, in the sense Europe, USA. These are the countries where almost all the patents are taking place, especially those of medicines. Okay, if you are just aware of the COVID-19, during the COVID-19, the developing countries had to depend on the developing countries for the COVID-19 vaccine. This clearly indicates that how there is a lot of dependency which is present. Okay, you got it? So these are few of the important issues associated with the IPR of life materials. Okay, any doubts? No? Okay. Next, we have the second demand, that is explain the reasons behind this less commercialization. Why do we have less commercialization? Yes? No awareness. Next. Yes? No, compulsory licensing is not an issue. That is an issue with IPR, not with commercialization. Anyway, complex regulatory process. Okay, we have complex regulatory process. See, for commercialization, whenever you try to do commercialization, first you need money, the other one you need infrastructure. We do not fund much. If you just know that in India, we spend only 0.6% of the GDP on research. Okay, research, when I'm telling you, it's for all research which are taking place within the country. Whereas other countries, for example, USA, Israel, and Japan, all these things, these countries, they spend 3 to 4 to 5% of their GDP on the research. So initially in India, we have funding issue with respect to the IPRs. We develop the technology, but if we do not have fund, we cannot commercialize them. Apart from that, we do not have sufficient infrastructure. For example, incubation centers. We have incubation centers, but the number is very less. Okay, and it is accessible only to companies which are already have money with them. Okay, see, if you are a normal person, you come up with some idea, and if you cannot get access to the incubation centers, then you won't be able to develop or make that idea into a practical one. Your idea will remain idea itself. Okay, so we have some missions called as Atal Innovation Mission, Atal Tinkering Labs. All these labs are present. These labs are nothing but the incubation centers where you come up with the ideas. They'll provide mentorship, technical advice, and various other support will be provided. But now it is not accessible to all. First of all, the number is less, and it is not accessible to all. So this is one issue which is being raised. Okay. One more concern which is there is with respect to the industry academia linkages. Okay. Most of the patents which are filed, they are filed just for filing the patents. Okay, just for filing the IPRs. For many PhD thesis in the IITs, IIMs, and various other institutions, big institutions, over there, for few of the things, it is mandatory for them to file the IPRs. Otherwise, for them, their certification will not be given. In this slide, they just forcefully they file the IPR. They do not have any intention of commercialization. Okay, that is one thing. Second one is it does not have any link with the industry. They don't come up with the new ideas as such. What they do is, say you might have done in your college days itself, you take up some idea, you improve the efficiency, and you say that this is my new project. This is the thing which happens for 90% of the things or the IPRs which are filed in the country. So they already have the idea which is present. What people do, they just try to improve the efficiency and they file the patent again. Okay. So this is also one concern. See, if you are just improving the efficiency, it is true that the efficiency would have improved, but the other companies might have already improved the efficiency. You are just filing it for the sake of filing the IPR. That's all. Okay, you got it. So industry academia linkage is missing. Okay. So these are the reasons why we do not have commercialization. Okay, you got it? Yes. And then you can conclude the answer. See, I have just wrote the demand, main demand here. How will you introduce the answer? They already given you some key terms. You can just write what IPRs are, and then you say what IPRs are. Then say that what all are the IPRs which are available for the life materials, and then you can directly write the first demand. Then connection over here, if you have some data, they have already mentioned everything, all you have to do is just write down the reasons. Connecting statement, you can say that India is the second largest one to file the patents, but we are not able to commercialize it. You write down the reasons. Then you can conclude. Any conclusion? Whenever you conclude, you have to conclude by keeping the things which is there just before the conclusion. Here we are talking about commercialization. So here, while concluding also, we should talk about commercialization itself. Okay. India already has one policy, that is National IPR policy. One of its aim is commercialization of IPRs. One of its aim is commercialization of IPRs. Okay. See, it is a 10-marker question. So if it would have been a 15-marker question, you can write few way forward, writing like what measures can be taken up. But in the examination hall, only 2 pages will be provided. By the time you write the demand, your pages would have been completed. So here you can just conclude. In the conclusion only, you have to write few initiatives and you have to conclude the answer. You cannot write the way forward separately. If you want, you can cut down one point here and write few of the way forward, 1, 2 small points, and then you can conclude the answer. It is better you conclude the answer by talking about the policy and what measures have been taken up to promote commercialization. Okay, so it will give a way ahead also. Okay, you got it? Any doubts with respect to this question? No? Okay. How many demands are there in this question? How many demands are there in this question? Yes? 4 demands? Yes. What is the first one? What is the technology being employed for electronic toll collection? Second one, advantages and limitations. Third one, proposed changes. Fourth one, potential hazard for the proposed changes. Okay, this is a 10-marker question. In this, you have to write 4 demands. Okay, it is a 10-marker question, 2 pages only, and you have to write 4 demands. So here you should be very specific. You have to write a lot of keywords, cut down all the explanation. You don't have to write explanation while writing the advantages and disadvantages and all those things. Okay, you can directly write what are the advantages and disadvantages by just writing few of the keywords itself. Okay, you can introduce this answer by talking about the technology directly. What is the technology which is used? RFID. Yes, you can start the answer by talking about FASTag. To say that the FASTag is used for the toll collection, and the technology behind the FASTag is the RFID technology. So this will be a good introduction for you. Okay, so you can start with the FASTag, and then you say that the technology behind this FASTag is the RFID, and then you have to write about RFID. What is this RFID? Radio frequency identification. Okay, see here they asked a specific demand saying that what is the technology. That doesn't mean that you just write RFID and go to the next demand. We should also talk about how it works or what is the technology as such. Okay, RFID, it utilizes radio frequency to send some information, generally short range of up to 5 to 10 meters, up to 5 to 10 meters. Okay, and then you can just say that there are 2 components. One, there is RFID tag, and then we have the RFID reader. Okay, so you can just write few points because they ask specific question over here. When they ask specific question, you cannot just say that okay, this is the RFID technology and then directly write the advantages and disadvantages, because some marks will be allocated for this particular technology as such. So just give 1 or 2 points as to what this RFID technology is. Okay, and then you have to write the advantages and the limitations. What are the advantages? What are the advantages? How many of you use vehicles? Yes? Yes? Time consume less. Okay. Next. Transparent mechanism. Next. Next. Operating cost is less. Operating cost is less. Okay. Right. 2, 3. Next. Limitations. Yes? Huh? Short range. Okay. Short range, it should be short range only. Otherwise, there will be a lot of inaccuracy which will be present. Okay. Technical glitches. Okay, sometimes you go to the toll and then you say that the RFID reader is not working or the scanner is not working. Some or the other issue will be there. So one of the limitation is technical limitations, that is technological glitches which will be taking place. Okay. Any other issue? Any other issue? Have you? Yes. Knowledge gap. Okay, knowledge awareness is less, but now the government has made it mandatory. That is different case. Next, there is one issue which has been raised with respect to the RFID tags. Okay, you might have come across the newspapers. Okay, the trucks, they are using the RFID tags of cars. Okay, do they have any advantage? Yes, they have to pay less in the toll. Okay, so this is one limitation which is present. Okay, all you have to do is just buy one RFID tag for the car and put it on the truck. The reader doesn't understand whether it is a truck or a car. It just understands that there is some code which is present and we have to deduct the money from the bank account, right? So this is one concern which is being raised. Okay, that is the fraud which has been done by using the RFID. Okay, apart from this RFID or the FASTag, it is present only on highways, national highways. It is not present at other places. On state highways and few places, they actually still have the check post itself. Okay, so many places where you go, you see that there are still check posts which are present. So this is actually a concern. That is, it is one limitation. That is, it is not present at all the places. Okay. Next, what is the proposed changes? Satellite based. Basically, we are coming up with the GPS based toll collection mechanism, where all your vehicles will have the GPS on you, GPS tracker on it. It will collect the toll from when you enter the highway and when you leave the highway. So this GPS one will be used in future. Apart from that, they said that the proposed, what are the proposed changes, means what all are the changes, different changes as such. There is no much technological changes, there is just one. The other one, what they are proposing is uniformity with respect to the RFID. They are asking all the places wherever there is check post to use the RFID itself. Okay, that is FASTag itself. So they are planning to do it, make it uniform across the country. Okay. If you use the GPS, then there won't be any toll plaza itself. You don't need any toll plaza to collect the money. It will automatically be done by the satellites itself. The moment you enter the highway, they'll get to know that you have entered the highway. The moment you leave the highway, they'll get to know that you left the highway and the amount will be deducted for that particular section itself. Okay. So this will be more efficient when compared to the RFID. That is, you don't have to stop your vehicle. Okay. No toll plazas, nothing. You can go easily, right? What are the concerns or the potential hazard which is present? What is the potential hazard? Privacy concern. The government will get to know where you are going every time. Okay, at least FASTag they'll get to know only when you go to the toll plaza. GPS, it will not be only on the highway, it will be present all the time. It will be operating 24/7. So literally they'll be knowing where you are every time. So privacy concern is being raised. Apart from this, fraud can take place here also. Press, see, you can switch off the GPS easily. All you need is a GPS jammer. If jammer is present, you can switch off the GPS, you can go on the highway. There are no tolls, no one to collect any money. So you can easily pass through the highway without even paying some toll. Okay. So fraud can take place here also. Apart from that, it is little costlier. Okay, you have to install GPS on all the vehicles. For FASTag only, there are a number of concerns being raised. FASTag is little less costlier, GPS is little higher. Okay, so these are few of the concerns being raised. Okay, so any doubts with respect to this question? Any doubts? No. So next, how many demands? Yes, 3 demands. Okay. What are asteroids? The first demand. Second one, how real is the threat of them causing extinction of life? Third one, what strategies have been developed to prevent such a catastrophe? Okay. What are asteroids? Yes. Extraterrestrial body between Mars and Jupiter. Any other? They are rocky body which are left behind after the formation of the Sun and the planets. Okay. They are mainly distributed in between the Mars and Jupiter, but it is present outside that region also. Okay. So asteroids, they are present in 3 places. One is between Mars and Jupiter. The second one is in the Kuiper belt. Second one is in the Kuiper belt, and the third one is the Trojans. Trojans are those which randomly move in the solar system. They do not have any specific location as such. These are the ones which are threat to the planet Earth. Okay. So here they say that how real is the threat of them causing the extinction? How real is the threat? How real is the threat? Is it a real threat? Yes or no? Yes? Why is it a real threat? Do you know about dinosaur era? Okay. Why did the dinosaur got extinct? Why did they become extinct? You might have heard in school times, right? Why? Asteroid hit the earth, that's why dinosaurs went extinct, right? It's actually a true phenomenon. Okay. About 66 million years ago, an asteroid hit the planet Earth. During that time, as such, the asteroid hitting the Earth will not have much impact on the dinosaurs. The problem was that once it hit the Earth, there was climate change which led to the extinction of more than 75% of the life which was existing during that time period, including the dinosaurs. Okay. So as such, the asteroids will not be able to wipe out the whole life as such. It is just that it will bring about lot of changes. It was a little big one. It brought about lot of changes. The climate change took place, and this led to the extinction of the dinosaurs. Okay, we are already facing, just by increase of 1 degree Celsius, we are facing so much of temperature rise, increased number of heat waves, rains, and etc. All those things. Here, lot of changes took place. Okay. There is one more event which is very important. Okay. There is one event called as Tunguska event. Tunguska event, which took place in Russia. It was one asteroid attack on 30th June 1908. On 30th June 1908, Tunguska is a place in Siberia where the asteroid hit the region, and it wiped out more than 2,100 square kilometer of the region. Okay, it is almost the size of the Bangalore. Okay, one asteroid can vaporize whole of the Bangalore itself. Okay, so there are very high chances that in future also this might take place. Okay. Now, why is this question important? The question is important because 30th June has been celebrated, or it has been recognized as International Asteroid Day. The event, the Tunguska event, it is recognized as an international event, and here they tried to ascertain what is the threat associated with the asteroids or other objects which are present in the solar system, and how we should tackle. This year, our chairperson of ISRO, Somnath, he discussed about what all are the strategy being taken up with respect to the asteroids, what is India's contribution also. It came up in the newspaper where they discuss, see, every year they discuss about every year we have this international event, but this year they discuss specifically in the context of, have you heard of Apophis? Yes, Apophis is one asteroid which was said that it would be hitting the Earth in the year 2029, but then they say that it won't hit the Earth, it will pass by the Earth at about 32,000 kilometers, and some say it is 29, some say it is 39, approximately about 32,000 kilometers away from the Earth, it will pass and go. So, it is not a real threat as such, but still it was heavily discussed this year, and in this light it came up in the newspaper number of times. Okay. Next, what is the strategy? Strategy is very simple. First we have to detect, then we have to do the risk assessment, third one we have to deflect them. Okay. First we have to detect, then we have to do the risk assessment, and then we have to deflect if they are hitting the Earth. Okay. For detection, there are a number of initiatives being taken up by the USA, India. At the international level, we have one initiative, that is International Asteroid Detection Monitoring Mechanism, which is present, International Asteroid Monitoring Mechanism. Then that monitoring mechanism, different countries, they have come together and they try to detect if there is any asteroid which is coming towards the Earth. After that, they do the analysis and then they try to deflect. For deflection, there are different methods which are there. One method which was tested by the USA was the DART. Have you heard of DART? Okay, DART is one mission which was taken up by the NASA to deflect an asteroid. Okay, so this is one mechanism to deflect the asteroids. Apart from that, there is one more mechanism which has been developed, that is the nuclear detonation, where you just put a bomb near the asteroid and it will change its direction. Okay, so these are two methods. One more method, it is still discussed itself, that is they are using the gravity to deflect the asteroids. Okay, they will use the gravity of the spacecraft to deflect the asteroid, which will lead to the deflection and it will avoid the threat. Okay, so these are the strategy, and then you can conclude the answer. In the conclusion, you will say that India is also contributing. See here, they are not talking any specifically. So here all you have to do is just conclude by saying that whether what India's contribution is, okay, or what more should be done in future. We already have written what is the strategy which we are working on. So in the end, what you can do is you can talk about what can India do. Okay, India has number of mechanisms. One mechanism is Netra. It is a mechanism to detect near Earth objects as such, mainly the space debris as such. But we can expand that one and make it more efficient one so that we can detect even the asteroids. Okay, you got it? Yes. Any doubts? Any doubts? No? Okay. So of this, what is the key takeaway? Most of the questions have linked to current affairs. Okay. All the three questions. The first one, it is because of the WIPO treaty, which was done recently, it was signed recently. The second one is, you might have seen in news and all, Nitin Gadkari regularly talks about GPS-based toll collection. Number of concerns were raised with respect to the RFID tags. Okay, many people say that despite having RFID, you make us wait 10-15 minutes in the toll plaza and all. So that time we said that we are coming up with the GPS-based mechanism. And the third one was the event. As such, the International Asteroid Day takes place every year, but this year, because of the Apophis, we had discussed it a lot. Okay, our chairperson Somnath, he also talked about the threat which is present, what is the mechanism. He actually discussed in detail as to what all were done or what all the initiatives being taken up across the world and how or what is India's contribution with respect to the asteroid threat as such. Okay. So in this slide, current affairs is very important for science and technology. Almost every year, there will be at least one question which will be specifically associated with the current affairs. Okay. And then what you should do is you should make notes for the key syllabus which are present. See, syllabus, this is the syllabus. First one, development and their achievements and their applications and effects in everyday life. Everyday life, we have the toll collection. Okay. So sometimes the questions will be asked a little random. Okay. They won't be discussed at all the places. Okay. You might not be knowing the exact positives and negatives. Okay. You have to write the answers immediately in the examination hall itself. Okay. This will be the toll collection is a very random question. Okay. It is very hard that we even discuss whether we need GPS one or not. Okay. Next one. Here you see that there are few areas which are there. Almost every year, at least one question from space or one question from biotechnology is being asked. Okay. Generally, it is alternative, or sometimes both space and biotechnology is asked almost every year. So you should focus on these areas. They are very important. Almost every year, at least one or two questions are asked from these specific areas itself. Okay. So you should make at least notes for these basic ones, specifically those associated with the current affairs. Okay, you got it? Yes? Yes. With this, we'll be concluding with the class. Do people have any doubts? Any doubts? No? Okay, thank you.
Good evening. Start. So again, I am Shashank, faculty at Insights for International Relations and Internal Security. So again, now we'll be discussing the remaining 3 questions about internal security. Again, very straightforward questions. So again, one question I think has been discussed earlier. So the first question was, explain how narco-terrorism has emerged as a serious threat across the country and suggest suitable measures to counter narco-terrorism. So here there is 2 parts to the question, 2 sub demands. So one is how narco-terrorism has emerged as a serious threat, and the second part is suggest suitable measures. Alright, so how do you introduce this answer? Any suggestions to introduce the answer? Yes, one is defining narco-terrorism. Again, what is narco-terrorism? Intersection of terrorism and, but I cannot write intersection of terrorism and, correct me, whatever you said is correct. But again, simple ways you can say that it is a symbiotic relationship between narcotics or drug trafficking and terrorism. Alright, so again you can trace the origin of narco-terrorism to South America. I think you must be knowing about Pablo Escobar. So it started during that time. So and then later it moved to the Southeast Asian part. So one more thing you can here to write this answer, you can use a simple map to indicate why India is becoming a hub of narco-terrorism. Why? Because India is sandwiched between 2 parts. One is golden crescent and golden triangle. So this is one way you can indicate, give a small indication of the map. Alright. So then how does narco-terrorism work? How does the drug smugglers or how does drug trafficking help terrorists, and how does terrorists help drug trafficking? This is one thing you should be knowing. For example, terrorists are getting money through drug trafficking. So terrorists will tell drug traffickers, you manufacture the drugs and give it to me, it's my job to give safe passage to the drugs. Understood? This is one way. And the money that is obtained by drug trafficking is used by terrorists for their purpose. It can be organizing, it can be recruiting, or it can be carrying out terror attacks. Did you understand the symbiotic relation? Fine. So this is about the introduction. Briefly you can start. How is it a serious threat to our economy? How is it a serious threat to India? Again, rise in number of people who consume drugs. Is it not going to hamper our society? There is a report which says around 10% of the youth in Punjab are addicted to drugs. Point number 1. Then second point. Yes, there will be a rise of crimes. Law and order issues are going to happen. So this is also one issue. Good. Law and order. Then the number of terror attacks chances of terror attacks being increased. Number of people who are addicted to drugs are going to increase. So what happens if people are addicted to drugs? Again, if you observe, India is the youngest country in the world. So imagine majority of your youth are getting addicted to drugs. Is it obviously going to hurt our economy? Yes. Fine. So that is also one point you can write. Apart from that, anything else? Will it lead to destabilization of our border areas? Destabilization of border areas. So chances of more terrorists entering into the country. So there will be a nexus where the drug traffickers, the local law enforcement agencies, as well as the terrorist organizations, there will be a nexus. So there will be easy passage or chances of more terrorists entering into the country, or along with drugs, weapons also can be smuggled into our country. Is it not a serious threat? So this is another problem. Apart from this, what else can you add? It can ultimately lead to corruption and weakening of our institutions. Weakening of institutions, what do you understand by weakening of institutions? corruption and weakening of institutions. How do you think drugs is able to come into our country? Is it so easy? Is it so easy to smuggle drugs? So again there is this nexus. Weakening of institution means it can be the border guarding forces, it can be the local police who are also involved in this. If you observe, recently there was a I think a police officer who was, there was a video where he was also, consuming drugs. So again all this can be considered as a serious threat to our country. Again 4 to 5 points can be easily generated. Done? Next, suggest measures. What measures are you going to suggest? Again, whenever you are writing, think from different perspectives. Policy level, what can I do? Then institution level, what can I do? Policy level andre any policies, for example, to target the drug trafficking. Institutional level andre, what do you mean institutional level? Any institutions I am going to strengthen to address the problem of narco terrorism. Fine. What else can be done? You only suggest. Education, public awareness. Main important thing is awareness about the problem of narco terrorism. In fact, you can also help in setting up of de-addiction centers. This is a very important part. De-addiction center, public awareness is also very important. Then, what else can be done? How is this drugs coming into our country? Pakistan, for example, has a new innovative way of sending drugs into our country. How is it? They are using drones. So again, anti-drone technology is a very important part. So usage of technology for better surveillance. That is why you observe, recently India is buying a lot of anti-drone technologies from Israel and US majorly, because these are the two countries who are advanced there. The link. So this is one usage of technology. Second, very important is, yes, integrated check post. You can also say better border management or surveillance. Integrated check post. One more is strengthening our existing laws. What is the laws that is there to tackle drug trafficking in our country? One major law is there. Very good. NDPS Act, Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substances Act. But unfortunately, how well is it working? There is no stringent punishment. There are a lot of complexities in the act. So people know that I can easily get away with it. So stringent, we need to review this NDPS Act and bring in more stricter punishments and in a time bound manner. That is also very important. Fine. Apart from this, yes, Nasha Mukt Bharat, again public awareness, you can write that in public awareness campaigns. Nasha Mukt Bharat campaign. One more also is have employment opportunities in your border areas. Only when youth are, for example, not say idle, that is when there are high, or whenever youth are idle, that is when high chances that they are into, they can be attracted by such drug trafficking or drug addiction. Apart from this, international collaboration or international coordination. United Nations has an office known as United Nations Office on Drugs, UNODC anta ondide. So international coordination where we can target the problem of drug trafficking at its base. So these are some of the measures that can be taken to address the problem of narco terrorism. Very well, again very simple, 4 to 5 points here, 4 to 5 points there. How are you going to conclude the answer? Give me some conclusion. How are you going to conclude? Give some suggestion. Again, remember, conclusion should try to summarize, conclusion should be futuristic, and conclusion should be optimistic. Alright. So again, narco terrorism, if not attended properly, can lead to a serious threat to the entire integrity of our country. Hence, we need to have a multifaceted strategy or a multi-dimensional strategy to ensure that narco terrorism does not affect the socio-economic development of our country. Fine. So this is about this question. Any doubts? Internal security agilala. Again, very easy to predict questions in internal security, straightforward questions has to come. Second question is again a very easy question. India has a long and troubled border with China and Pakistan fraught with contentious issues. Examine the conflicting issues and security challenges along the border. Also give out the development being undertaken in these areas under the Border Area Development Program and Border Infrastructure Management Scheme. Again, very straightforward question. Again, but here he has asked you specifically in the context of two countries. Which are the two countries? China and Pakistan. So again, how do you introduce the question? How are you going to introduce the question? Border relationships. You can say that India is encircled or India is surrounded by its arch enemies, China in the north and northeast and Pakistan in the north and northwest. Which poses serious security challenges for our border management. So again, so once I say that, I can easily go into the next part of the question, which they says that what is the problems with respect to, what is the question? Issues and security challenges. So you only tell me now what are the issues. Again, if you want, you can use a map. Are you understanding? See, this is what you are going to go prepared into the exam hall. If there is a question on border management, I am going to write a map no matter what. Very easy also. And you have to just indicate China, Pakistan, write 3 to 4 points there, your answer is done. The person who is evaluating your paper will not even read your answer. See, you are going to make it very easy for the person who is correcting your answers. So what are the problems with respect to Pakistan and China? Border issues. First tell China. Border issues. Recently. Very good. Well, first is border disputes. We have issues with the eastern border or eastern sector as well as western sector. In the western sector, China has occupied a portion of India called as Aksai Chin. See, that is why purposely you see the question, he has given long and contentious issues. So again, when was Aksai Chin captured by China? 1950s, without even India realizing they had constructed a road inside that. Okay, so here I am going to talk about Aksai Chin. Eastern border, China is claiming Arunachal Pradesh to be a part of South Tibet. Fine, this is issue number 1. Then any other issues? Yes, regular frequent clashes or skirmishes in the border. Skirmishes or fights in the border. Example, 2020 Galwan Valley clashes. Point number 2. Apart from this, see the question. India has a long and troubled border with China and Pakistan. String of pearls. Why? Because what is string of pearls? String of pearls is a policy of China where it is trying to encircle India by constructing military infrastructure. Okay, so again, border infrastructurally it does not sit well. Fine. Apart from this, what else? Border issue. What are issue between India and China? You can talk about Brahmaputra issue, yes, border issue. You can also talk about the military infrastructure that is being constructed by China in our borders, especially Pangong So Lake Atra. You see, China is constructing roads, it is constructing helipads as well as airstrips. Is it not an issue? Point number 3. All right. China's infrastructure development along the borders. Alright, these are the major issues that we have, and one more issue you can add is Brahmaputra issue. Alright, see the problem with this question here is, how do I fill 3 pages? Why? Because the second part of the question is even more narrow. Ali border area development scheme, border infrastructure management, almost both are the same. So that is why you try to push this 1.75% or say 1/3 of the page, try to write this, 1/4 of the page being that. See again, why? Because before starting the answer, you should plan how much space I am going to give for each part. Imagine I will write 2.5 pages of India, the border issue, and then half a page of border area development. It does not work like that. Marks will be equally divided to all the three parts. Which parts is there? China, Pakistan, and border area development, border area management. So you can say that almost 4 parts are there. So 1/4, 1/4, 1/4, 1/4. Other they would have usually given marks. Got it? So I have to address all the parts equally. Next, come to Pakistan. Again, Pakistan, you will get a lot of points to write. So what are the border issues? What are the main issues? Always prioritize your points. Prioritize and then write the most important point. POK is not at all an issue first. First, we are going to write about cross-border terrorism. Why? Because India says entire Kashmir belongs to me. The issue between India and Pakistan is, for Pakistan, the issue is Kashmir. They say Kashmir has been occupied by India. But India says Kashmir is belonging to India, but cross-border terrorism that originates in Pakistan is a major issue. Artha agdala issue. So first issue I am going to write about Pakistan is cross-border terrorism across line of control. Here I can write one more issue with respect to China, that is line of actual control, LAC. So you know what is the difference between LOC and LAC? LOC and LAC, what is the difference? LAC is not officially signed, almost correct. LOC is our border between India and Pakistan. Again, if you observe, there are 3 borders or 3 divisions in India-Pakistan borders. Which are the 3 divisions? 3 divisions between India-Pakistan border. One is international border, Andre, which is, okay, we have accepted this is the border. Punjab, Rajasthan, some parts of Jammu Kashmir. Second border is LOC. After that first Pakistan-India war, that part which was occupied by Pakistan, that is known as LOC. Third one is known as AGPL, actual ground position line, which is near Siachen. So these are the 3 boundary demarcations between India and Pakistan. See, Artha, now can I bring in Siachen as also a part of this answer? Very good. It's a border issue, right? So cross-border terrorism across LOC. Then what is LAC? Sorry, I forgot. What is LAC? Line of actual control. The thing is, we know where exactly the LOC is on the ground between India and Pakistan. But with China, nobody knows where is LAC. It keeps India will shift LAC to that side, China will shift it to this side, then we will come to midway. A demarcation agila. But LOC, we have proper LOC. Understood? Then what are the other issues? India and Pakistan. Border issues. Yes, one is porous borders. Good. So what happens? Again, see here I can link porous borders to cross-border terrorism only. Because we have a porous border, very easy for terrorists to infiltrate into our territory. Amele. Indus water, okay fine, I can write it later. Why? Because they are asking about security threat. See this. India has a long troubled border with China and Pakistan, fraught with contentious issue. Examine the conflicting issues and security challenges along the border. The last point you can write, the sharing of river water of Indus. Then other problems, tumba problems ide. Narco terrorism, alle bariri wapas, bring it back again. Drug trafficking is a serious problem, especially along the border of Punjab. There is a video also where you see a drone coming and dropping drugs into our territory. Is it not a major problem? Amele. Pumping? Arms smuggling. Yes, arms smuggling is also a point, yes. One more is FICN. What is the full form of FICN? FICN. Very good. Fake Indian currency notes. So again, Pakistan has a policy known as bleeding India through 1,000 cuts. Bleeding India through 1,000 cuts. That means I want to hurt India politically, I want to hurt India economically, I want to hurt India militarily. In whatever way I want to hurt, I want to hurt. So again, by pumping in fake Indian currency notes, they are trying to destabilize our economy. Is it not a security threat? Artha aita? This is another point. Apart from this, we forgot about ceasefire violations. You see regular exchange of fire across the line of control, which is also a problem between India and Pakistan. Aita, 1.5 page cover, almost I think we can easily cover 1.5 page here. Again, see why? Because these are the things, while writing we get carried away. So once we approach 1.5 page, okay, now I have to shift to the other part of the question. What is the other half of the question? Again, content is little difficult to generate in the exam. Border Area Development Program and Border Infrastructure Management Scheme. Both are almost the same. Again, Border Area Development Program is a little broad-ended, broad-scoped. So what all will be there under Border Area Development Program? Again, if you have some basics, you can say it was started during the 7th 5-year plan. Again, what are the problems that the border areas face in our country? Lack of development. People also start migrating out of the place. Usually you see border areas are not so populated. Lack of basic facilities. So government thought that, why don't I give the basic facilities to the people of border areas? What will be the basic facility? Electricity, connectivity, public health, basic education. These are some of the initiatives that are covered under Border Area Development Scheme. To meet the special developmental needs of people residing in the border areas. Fine. Apart from this, anything else you want to add? Infrastructure, education, health, skill development. One more thing you can write here is, the government is seeking to develop model villages. What do you mean by model villages? Model village andre. In school they used to say model student, ideal student antarala. What do you mean by that? Model villages. Where government will identify a village, it will provide all basic amenities. So this will be a model which will be followed by other villages. Understood? So this is about border area development. Again, there is focus on community development centers also, or community centers. The government has brought about all this in a new name. What is the new name of that scheme? There is a scheme that the government has brought about. All these features are there recently. Very good. The scheme is known as Vibrant Villages Scheme. Aita, one part. Again, half a page, bariboda. Content you can write, yes. Next, border infrastructure mechanism. Again, border infrastructure management, sorry. What do you mean by border infrastructure? Border infrastructure, what do you understand? Roads, tunnels, border outposts. You are telling about checkpost, roads, tunnels, helipads and airstrips. Louder. Jorage. Yes, outpost. Construction of new roads as well as upgradation of the existing ones. Fine. Which organization is in charge of constructing all the roads there? Border Road Organization. Alright. Now if you want, you can give a lot of examples here. Give me examples. The recent government is having a lot of, and also if I don't have content, I will just play around with words here. Why do I need roads, tunnels and helipads? In case of any emergency, for faster mobilization of troops and weapons, this is going to be used. With the same content you have to learn to play around. And now give me examples. In IR class I told one road. Because of that road only Galwan Valley clashes happened. DSDBO road. DSDBO means Darbuk, Shyok, Daulat Beg Oldie Road. Darbuk, Shyok, Daulat Beg Oldie Road. That Daulat Beg Oldie is one of the highest landing points of our in the Indian country, where our helicopters or for example flights can go and airdrop some supplies. Understood? This is one example. Any tunnels? Estone tunnel ide. Have you heard of Atal Setu? Right, Atal Setu. Or you can say Jawahar tunnel. Lot of tunnels are there. Military outposts. Bari boda again. So again, if you have an idea, you can easily write an essay also on this. Now, how do I conclude? In a positive, optimistic manner by addressing the demands. Bega. Oh, it's already 8:45. We'll finish. So what can we do? The government recently has been giving higher budget allocation for border infrastructure. Do you agree? However, we need to have faster implementation of the projects to ensure that our border areas are secure and we can work towards the socio-economic development of the border areas. Bari boda? Conclusion? Yes? So this is about the second question. Any doubts? Artha agta idya? Understanding? Good. So let us come to the last question. Again you observe, current trends are being picked up by UPSC and they are asking questions. Social media and encrypting messaging services pose a serious security challenge. What measures have been adopted at various levels to address the security implication of social media? Also suggest remedies to address the problem. Simple, straightforward. What is the demand of the question here? Identify the demand first. Why? Because once you identify the demand, you are going to allocate the space. Social media and encrypting message service pose a serious security challenge. Demand number one. What challenge? Adinbari, we have to write that. Second challenge is measures adopted at various levels. Point number two. Point number three, suggest remedies. So one page for this, one page for this, one page for this. Fine. What do you mean by encrypting messaging services? You open WhatsApp. WhatsApp is end-to-end encrypted anta bardirtar. That is our encrypted messaging. All right. So again, what kind of social media threats can emerge due to this? Cyber? Nesta. Cyber threat, fine. Again, imagine what are the advantages here? First, end-to-end encryption. What are the advantages? Privacy, anonymity, secrecy. Correct? So one thing is, it will help in easy recruitment of terrorists or any insurgents. Bari boda. Can it help in better or easy radicalization of people? Bari boda. Point number two. Then, rising security threats. Good. Then, deep fake. Okay, fine. Bari boda. Instead, I can write it as, for example, fake news. Yes. So what happens? Fake news is it is very easy, difficult for me to identify where is its source of origin, who is spreading it, and it is also encrypted. For example, during the recent election also, misinformation campaign can alter the course of any election. Do you agree? And very easy is it is end-to-end encrypted. WhatsApp, whatever I post in a Telegram group, how can people come to know? Bari boda. So these are some of the threats that can emerge from cyber security and social media. Then what is the second part of the question here? One more thing you can write is, it can act as a challenge to law enforcement. Security threats. Point number one. Measures taken. Last part is way forward, is it? Just measures taken at various areas. So first we discussed radicalization, recruitment of terrorists, fake news. Again, here you can give a lot of examples. Mob lynching has happened because of social media. Why? Because there will be a WhatsApp group. For example, imagine we are a group of radicalized people and leader. He is the leader or I am the leader. What I will do? I can easily organize. Okay, we will meet at this Chandra Layout flag post at 3 PM. You bring such and such material. Is it easy for us to be monitored? No, right? So that is why it is very challenging for law enforcement of it. Artha aita challenges. Then what are the measures taken? What are the measures taken? Very good. You can use IT Act anytime. IT Act. Adikinda you can say the recent IT intermediary rules 2021. So government had brought this recent post where it has placed the responsibility of identifying the origin of the post to the social media platform. For example, imagine my social media platform is Twitter. Right? So what happens? Some anonymous person is going to start making a post on Twitter and start spreading it. Again, Twitter cannot say, I cannot tell you who is. So Twitter will help in identifying where did the post originate, because millions of, or you can say thousands of retweets happen. Very difficult for me to identify the source. So that is why IT rules, recent IT intermediary rules has addressed this issue. Amele, then what else? Very good, you can talk about certain. So can I again see policy level measures, institution level measures. CERTIN, full form of CERTIN is Computer Emergency Response Team India. Very good. So that is another point. There is one more organization. I4C. I4C. What is the full form of I4C? Indian Cyber Crime Coordination Center. Alright, so what is the job of it? To coordinate any cyber crime. Anything else? Anything else? IT rules is done. There is one more organization called as NatGrid. Heard of NatGrid? What is this NatGrid? Anybody? Any idea? Kelilva. Very good. All the databases of the security agencies has come together under a single platform. Why? Because it is easy for me to identify. So this is also being done by the government. Apart from this, there is one more initiative known as Netra. Recently the Science and Tech Kailash sir told about Netra. That Netra is DRDO Netra, where we are identifying bodies coming to the earth. This Netra is network traffic analysis. Network traffic analysis. For example, imagine, in my browser, I will keep searching how to make a bomb, how to place a bomb. So that network traffic analysis will be easily identified. How else do you think our security agencies can tackle these people? So this Netra is also an example, initiative taken by the government to address the issue. Fine? I think second part is also addressed, monitoring and surveillance. Next, last, measures, what should be done, way forward. Way forward. Okay, data localization, fine. Then, so again here you can bring this recent digital, what do you say, Personal Data Protection Act, that is there. Here there is a big challenge. How do I balance privacy and national security? Can I say that? How do I balance privacy and national security? In the name of national security, can I violate the privacy of an individual? It's a very big challenge. So this is one thing we have to address, and where we have to maintain a fine balance between maintaining privacy, ensuring that national security is not compromised. Again, you have to write a balanced approach. Then what else can be done? Use of artificial intelligence, big data, machine learning, because you can easily identify the trends, any patterns. For example, any communication that is happening from Afghanistan to India through another third country, you can identify. And can't we use artificial intelligence for this? So this is one thing we can use. Then social media labs. Okay, any example? What we can do is we can actually collaborate with these social media platforms, Twitter, Facebook, where awareness is spread about these issues. Amele. One more very good initiative is done by a country known as Estonia. Estonia, I think. So what exactly has this country done? It's a very good initiative which can be taken forward, where they have said that anybody who is going to have a social media account will be identified. For example, if I have to get a social media account, I have to be what? Regulated. For example, my Aadhaar card. Again, this might lead to privacy issue here, but it is very easy for me to identify who is doing what. The main problem in social media is anonymity. I will just open one account, parody account, and I'll open in the name of spreadsheet. I'll do anything I want. So why don't we have an identification for every social media platform? For example, you see social media, everybody is anonymous. Boy will be acting like a girl, girl will be acting like a boy. That is how they are misusing. For example, a Hindu will be using a Muslim account, Muslim will be using a Hindu account, trying to spread communal harmony. Is it not an issue here? So thus, regulation of social media and personal identification is a very important thing that we can do. Apart from this, what you can say is global best practices followed, Anta, you can give this example. Then, very good. The social media net platforms can bring in fact check units. So I think one page done answer. Very good. Okay, so again, that is why reading the newspaper will help you get these latest examples. Without reading the newspaper, you cannot easily write this answer. Fine. So I forgot one more thing here in the previous answer. Anyways, we'll conclude and go to that answer. So how do you conclude this now? How do you conclude this answer? What is the demand of the question here? Read it again. Why? Because while concluding, I should not forget the question. My conclusion should be relevant to the question. It says, social media and encrypting messaging services pose a serious security challenge. So what can be the conclusion? What can be the conclusion? Same, maintain national security balance with privacy to ensure that social media and encrypted services do not act against the interest of a nation or do not threaten the integrity of our nation. Very good word. Very good. Do not threaten the integrity of the nation. We have to balance national security, privacy, use of technology. Government should give more resources to this. At the same time, ensure that all of this will not threaten the integrity of our nation. Time aita? Time nodta idira. Good. Before this, I forgot one more point we can add here. The border area developmentally, India-Pakistan border, there is an initiative taken by the Indian government known as CIBMS. I think I've told you in Pakistan. A comprehensive integrated border management scheme. Comprehensive integrated border management scheme. Where what we are doing is, we are using different technologies like night cameras, laser technology. Amele, what else is being used? Laser technology, night cameras, heat sensors anta irutte. Why? Because in the night, if any person moves, that heat sensor will easily identify any movements. So this is another very important example you have to use in this answer. Comprehensive integrated border management scheme. I think pretty straightforward also. Again, same thing as Kailash sir told, every subtopic in the syllabus, please have basic notes, more than enough to write any answer. UPSC will never move away from cyber security, Naxalism. This year they should have asked some question on internal security in Manipur, but they have not asked. Why? Again, they do not want to hurt the sentiments of the government. Actually, that is a very important question that should be asked. The issue in? Again, controversy there really. Controversy, Manipur is boiling from the last 1 year. Right? So that could have been, again, it is up to UPSC to ask whichever question they think is relevant. Ultimately, you have to get marks in the exam. Alright? Again, for every question, keep an introduction ready. For example, organized crime, black money. For black money, FATF has given a definition. I think I will cover in class, internal security. According to FATF, black money is defined as. So what you are trying to show is, okay, I have a very good introduction. Drug trafficking, remember I told you, United Nations Office on Crime of Drugs. So they have given a definition for drug trafficking. Inside you try to manufacture your definition, but at least give some credibility to that, use the words they have used. Why? Because see, some questions are highly predictable. In internal security, he has to ask you questions on which topics? Basic questions. For example, Naxalism should be asked. Terrorism should be asked. Very good. Insurgency should be asked. Border management. Again, border, land border, coastal security, both are there. Next, cyber security. Then, very good, money laundering, black money. Last is security agencies. Again, keep one page notes for everything. Introduction. For example, Naxalism, what can we ask next year? I think most of you will be writing next year. Naxalism is on a decline. According to recent MHA report, more than 70% decline in the Naxal events that have happened. So they might ask you, what is the reason for decline in Naxal attacks in India? What are the measures taken by the government to ensure the decline in Naxal activities? Bari boda. There you have to talk about red corridor. Red corridor is shrinking. Earlier, red corridor was from Pashupati to Tirupati. So there is a very Pashupati andre Nepal, Tirupati andre Andhra Pradesh. So that now that Naxal corridor has shrunk to a very small area. Again, remember Naxalism andre I will have a map ready, where I will in the map only I will indicate one big area and small area. Here I will say current left red corridor, old red corridor. Bari boda one map alli. See, once the examiner knows, this person knows the answer, he will give you marks. Ultimately, your answer is being corrected by a human being, not by a machine. Focus on proper presentation. Alright. So, again, Naxalism, aita same. Next to terrorism. Again, you should be knowing what exactly is the meaning of definition of terrorism. What is terrorism? Define. All of you know terrorism, right? Define terrorism. What is terrorism? It is an illegal activity which creates violence. If I go and fight in Chandra Layout, is it a terrorist activity? There is a definition for everything. Terrorism is where there is a terrorist, he has an objective. He wants to create terror in the mind of the people and force the government to bring in some political objectives or to give in to his demands. Artha idala terrorism andre creating terror in the mind of the people. That is a very important part of terrorism, where you will force the government to give in to your objectives. So again, whenever you are reading, one definition is very important, because see, while you are reading the answer, what they are going to read the first line. If you have written a very good first line, that person will think, okay, this person is a knowledgeable person. Then he will go easy. First time terrorism, if you write a very weird definition, he will try to find more errors and he will try to cut marks. Understood? Ultimately, a person correcting is a senior faculty who will be what? Looking to cut marks. Don't give scope for him to cut marks. Need a presentation. Nodi takshana, I mean, as soon as he sees, okay, this is a very good presentation, I can give half marks more. Without even improving your content, with proper presentation, you will get marks. Fine? So same with insurgency, reasons for insurgency, everything have a, see again, internal security, you can have a map ready. And very good thing about map is, you can cover at least 1/4 of the sheet. Objective achieved, reduce my time to write, at the same time making a good impression to the examiner. Alright, for every topic, keep 2 to 3 facts ready. Okay, black money banta, I will write this fact. Okay, drugs, I am going to write this fact. Naxalism, 2 facts. Don't go for multiple facts, 2 to 3 facts, that's all. I will ensure that I will bring in that fact somewhere. Agriculture, I will keep 2 to 3 facts ready. What facts will I keep ready in agriculture? FAO, okay, yen report, what fact? Simple thing is, I will keep, according to this report, number of small and marginal farmers in India. Every answer you can use it. Land holding, okay, that is one. Second, I can say irrigation, the percentage of net irrigated land in India. I can put this point in any answer of agriculture, mostly. Crop productivity, on there Shanta Kumar committee, 4-5 points, keep it ready. Just remember where and how much I am going to use. It is more like your kitchen ingredients. You will have a box of masala. How much masala I am going to add depends on the question. Fine? So I think we will conclude here. So thank you. All the best.